All right, good morning. Okay, Sun just bought some CBRX at the low. Got a text from him. Okay, let's see where his fill was. All right, we're about to open. We got 3 minutes, 2 minutes to go. Okay, so SpaceX starting to bounce. Let's see, CBRS. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Got 1 minute to go, a little bit more than 1 minute to go. All right, good. So you got to execute it at 1650. Not bad, not bad. All right, got about 10 seconds, 15 seconds to go. Let's get ready. New York Fang, NASDAQ, mixed at the moment. NASDAQ 100, we are open. It's got about 25, 30 stocks, 40 stocks going green now. Looking good. Okay, what's doing the best here? Microsoft is taking off. Okay, a second day with Microsoft finding a bid. We'll keep an eye on that. Futures. Yesterday's swing low is just down here at around 73.47. All right, we're looking for a bounce in the futures. Okay. All right, so those of you that were worried about the South Korea Kospi with SK Hynix and Samsung, leaders in some of the semiconductor names production, that's back up a little bit into yesterday's wick, the wick high. So we'll see. We'll have to keep an eye on this because if this gets worse, it might be a harbinger of things to come for Micron and SNDK. Okay. Google on the move. Okay, so we might get a nice little bid here. Google's on the move. Google turning back up from yesterday. Reversal, made a new low, turning back up. Looks pretty good for Google. Okay, a little bit of profit taking. So it's going to take a few minutes for us to see what kind of trend we might have. Cerebras, put wall is at 200. CBRS, put wall support. Okay, we're right at 200 right now. Cerebras had earnings. Okay, we're right at the put wall right now. Okay. So dealers have an incentive to keep it above the 200 put wall. There goes Microsoft a little more. Microsoft going a bit more. Microsoft. Microsoft looks good. All right, so we might have something going here on Microsoft. What do I want to do? It is Wednesday, Vinny. Friday. I don't know. I'll give it a few more minutes to see what the markets do, but Home Depot. Okay, looking for Home Depot to bounce. Home Depot was looking pretty good. All right, so retailers, home improvement, Home Depot. Let's see what Lowe's looks like. Lowe's. Okay, that's lower. Let's see what's actually moving the markets right now. We've got Booking.com at the highs. IQV, top of the S&P 500, gapping up. IQV. Winners. S&P. The winners so far today. Royal Caribbean. Man, I've been seeing so many bad videos about Carnival Cruise Lines. Jeez. Fights in the boarding line. I don't know if that's just propaganda or what that is, but geez. Got to go Royal Caribbean. If you're going to go on a cruise, you pay extra, but less shenanigans. Okay, let me go here. Winners so far this morning. Okay, Expeditors. Expedia, rather. Expedia. I always get these two reversed. Expeditors is EXPD, right? Okay, that's okay. Expedia. Okay, travel. Travel theme is hot. Like Delta. Let's see what Delta looks like. Delta Airlines. Okay, DAL. All right, let's look at Marriott. Marriott, MAR. These look good. All the New York Fangs are up. New York Fangs all getting bid here. Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Meta, Netflix, Nvidia coming off the low, Tesla. Okay, so this looks good. Meta, Netflix. Okay, so these are all looking good. Let's see. Netflix, still building a base. Netflix, Microsoft having a good day, so we might catch something here. Microsoft, 1 minute chart. Microsoft, big reversal there. Cool. Meta on the move. Meta needs to get above the 50-day. It's got a long way to go. Amazon also was down. It's sitting on top the 200-day. Amazon. Micron earnings. Micron with earnings on deck. Okay, just be careful. HK Hynix got obliterated yesterday. Down quite a bit with the index now bouncing. All right, let's keep an eye. It's still very volatile this morning, so take a few minutes. Let's see, EWY Korea bouncing a little bit back to the 21-day. All right, Cerebra still looking a little weak. The New York Fangs look okay. I like this. I like what I'm seeing on Microsoft. This could be a bottom on Microsoft. I'm not saying straight up from here, but definitely trend change potentially. Last time we tried to do this was back on the 15th, rolled back over on the 16th. So you definitely don't want to buy the high. Let's see if we get a higher low. The dip was bought 371. Microsoft, still early. Give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down. Tesla moving higher. Tesla. Let's see what Tesla's got going. Tesla, nice little bounce. It's sitting at the lows too. It just feels like everything could snap. S&P 500. We've got that 50-day. All right. So yesterday I took some SPY put flies, long put flies, just in case. Right. I don't know if I saved the chart here. Let me just check real quick. SPY. I don't think I did. I don't think I saved it. SPY. No, I didn't. All right, let me just mark this up real quick. So yesterday I took a put fly. It's a hedge only, okay? So I sold 2 for every fly. I only have 5 of these for now. So I have 10 short at this level. So you sell twice as many and you buy the wings, okay? So this makes it a cheap way of trading for downside. Okay, so 725s. I have the 725 long, so I'll color that green. I have the 700, twice as many short. 725, and I have the wing is the 675. Sorry, I just responded to a text. So I have twice as many at the 700, one each on either side. So if this starts to move lower, loses the 50-day, okay, it starts to drop into this area as it heads towards the center strike into the end of month, June. This one right here will start to make money. This one will start to bounce a little bit, the short, hoping that it stays right in this area between these two levels here. That's the max profit. Max profit's about $4,000 for a $270 debit. Okay, let me just get rid of this. I don't expect it to get anywhere near that. But yeah, so that's the credit that I have right now, or the put flies. Just in case the markets fall apart, because I have so many, I have options that I still want to get out of. Okay, let's see. Let me go here. CBRS. All right, we're below the 200 put wall right now. So in order to hedge, the dealer is selling. Okay, so we got negative gamma. Dealer goes in the direction of price action. Okay, so we're watching CBRS for it to bounce. Let's see, SPY. Reclaim your mornings and fall in love with your home again. For a limited time, take an extra $300 off your next bath remodeling project by visiting westshorehome.com/save. West Shore Home, remodeling reimagined. What if I told you can get a brand new metal roof from Erie Home for 50% off installation? Now you can. Our metal roofs are proven to withstand 120 miles per hour wind and 2-inch hail, all backed by a 50-year warranty. Call now for your free estimate. SKYQ. NVIG. Yahoo Finance is bringing you more elite interviews from Reddit CEO and co-founder Steve Huffman sat down with executive editor Brian Sazin. Reddit is 21 years old this week. Happy birthday. Thank you. Do you celebrate a milestone like that, or it's just like another day and you just go about your business? Okay, OKLL. Yesterday looked good. That's down a little bit today. What's your perspective? How does it feel? And the answer is Reddit has been bigger than I ever thought it would be since August 2005. So it's all just been a ride since then. But it bears repeating, especially given your big birthday. What made you found Reddit in 2005? And like, oh yeah, there's no AI back in 2005. So in 2005, it was just hard to find interesting things to read. Like you kind of had to know the websites you liked, or maybe a blog you liked, but there wasn't a feed of interesting things. And so that's what we wanted to make, was a feed of interesting things. And we wanted to make a feed of interesting things that, instead of being controlled by an editor, was controlled by users. So that was the simple idea. Users submit links, users vote on them, and our front page is interesting content. And it's just all kind of evolved from there. Your birthday had me even reflecting a bit too. I had a chat last year with Yahoo founder Jerry Yang, another OG of the internet. What makes you co-founders tick differently? I mean, you're still here, out on the pier, at Can Line, big event, leading the company. All right, so space, what do you call it? Cerebrus is still pushing in a little bit lower. What did they say? Anything worth noting? Cerebrus. Let me see. Cerebrus. CBRS. No commentary here? Okay, so let's see. There's nothing down here. Okay, so we'll have to look elsewhere. Cerberus currently down. Looks like it's going to bounce. A little profit taking. Look for a bounce. Put side. New York Fangs are mixed. Let's go take a look at junk bonds. Junk. All right, so junk is holding on to the 50 days. So this is telling you I'm not looking for a big drop or anything like that. All right, so we got purple. We got a lot of positive gamma. Oh, sorry, you don't see what I'm looking at. Okay, positive gamma and a little bit of red back here at the end of the day, but mostly purple. Let me boost this color a little bit. Yeah, so it's pretty dark purple in here. Let me look out a few days, see what it looks like towards the end of the week. Okay, we could use a little bit more bright purple. Okay, 7,400. Okay, S&P. Sorry, I can kill your eyes. S&P. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look at Cerberus CBRS. Let's look at the 1 minute chart. Okay, starting to turn now. Okay, it's trying to turn here. Cerberus. All right, watching Cerberus here for potential trades. Cerberus. Okay, RSI definitely way oversold. Now, it could make a lower low first. Okay, Amazon. Okay, New York. Let me go take a look at the New York Fangs real quick. New York Fangs. This will give us an idea of what to anticipate. We want these to be moving in the right direction. Right now, they're just holding on. This could very easily sell off. Okay, so be careful. You don't need to jump in really early this morning. We had a little shock yesterday thanks to the Korea Kospi index. Okay, so that was EWY. Okay, that did bounce, so this is looking pretty good. Okay, let's see. Can I get HK Hynex? I don't think you can get it on the US, right? Let's go here. HK Hynex. Nope. What about Samsung? Samsung was on there. Samsung Electronics. Okay, let's go to the hourly. No, not really showing me much. EWY. EWY starting to bounce. Okay, so is Cerebras. Cerebras is starting to bounce. CBRS. Could turn into a bear flag and a lower low first. Okay. Okay. Enough of that. Let's take a look at breadth as well. We want to see breadth, everything moving higher. Currently, S&P, big caps, mid caps, small caps, and NASDAQ all moving higher. So let's take a look at IWM because I had some IWM 300s, 305s. Okay, this is bouncing. Small caps are bouncing. Okay, that's good. Good so far. Okay, let me just pull this over here. All right. Okay, futures on the bounce. Okay, IWM. That means we need to check the 10-year yield. 10-year yield has a big impact. Okay, it's losing the 50-day for the first time. Okay, so if you like trading IWM, this is a big deal. Okay, TNX 10-year yield below the 50-day. That's huge for IWM and bullish. All right, the 10-year yield's below the 50-day. If that continues, that's a big deal for Mondo. Below the 50-day. Okay, so let's keep an eye on IWM. The 10-year continues to drop. That's good. IWM. All right, IWM on the move. I had the 300, 305 calls for August. All right, all the New York Fangs are starting to bounce a little bit. Okay. CBRS, CBRX, CBRS, excuse me. Okay, RSI needs to rally. All right, so my son's bought pre-market. He got stopped out, just so you know. He's looking to get back in. Not that it matters, but I mentioned him earlier, so I just wanted to update you on that. Bull sweepers on Micron. Holy smokes. Yikes. All right, Cerebrus starting to turn. Okay, adding to Cerebrus here shortly. Let me see if we can get above 198. CBRX, sorry, CBRX. Turning the corner, CBRX. IWM, looking for that to continue. IWM, trending. Big deal for the 10-year to be down. That's always good. Let's go. You know what? Let me just check NIMO. I haven't looked at this in a while. And check nothing on SWAG. NIMO. All right, this is NAMO. So you can see the summation index is slightly neutral bearish, more bearish. Neutral is moving sideways, so it could go either way. It could turn back up. We've got a red stick so far on NAMO this morning. Looking at NIMO. Okay, we want these turning up. Okay, we want NIMO to turn up, 2,400 components. And we want the New York Stock Exchange to turn up. So I haven't done anything yet. Looking to add to CBRX on the dip here. Nothing yet. New York Stock Exchange. Okay, as long as it holds on to that 21-day and we bounce Thursday, Friday would be good. Okay, S&P keeps chopping around too. Okay, Cerebrus, looking for that to turn up. Okay, Microsoft falling off of the high. So did Apple. Google trying to get back up to the highs along with Amazon. All right, very choppy on the New York Fangs this morning. Probably waiting on Micron earnings tonight. Okay, so you can see hedge flows are sideways. Hedge flows equal doji action. All right. MSTR dumping. Okay, so is Bitcoin. So is Bitcoin. All right. If you're concerned about the markets, I would suggest maybe some put flies like it took yesterday. Maybe you take a little bit lower and it'll be less expensive. Okay, here goes. Here it's starting to go here. CBRX. CBRS is starting to turn, so CBRX will turn up too. CBRX turning. Let's see. I'm going to add to CBRX. Where is my position? There you are. CBRX. So let's talk more about the big picture for markets here and all of these sort of cross-asset interplays. Joining us for more, Jay Hatfield, Infrastructure Capital Advisor, CEO, and CIO. CBR. SpaceX is also ripping here. Seeing oil pull back to those thresholds, 70 for Brent, 75 for Brent, 70 for WTI. The markets have kind of not been paying as much attention to all of that. Do you think that's changing as oil is coming down?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me back. Normally, we just talk about tech. That's really what's been driving the market most of the year. But we've been super bullish on the market as a whole with the 9,000 target. But all that is based on a bullish call about oil decline.
All right. So CBRX is starting to turn back up.
Pipeline ETF NCA, I founded an oil company, so we don't just like say oil is going down. So we have a global supply demand model, and the key insight is when OPEC starts producing at maximum production, if there were no negotiations going on, oil could go as low as $50 a barrel. So there'd be 4 million extra barrels coming on. Also, there's a lot of inventory. So we've been correct. We weren't correct about winning the war or strict deals, but we are correct that when it would drop fast, a lot of people are saying opposite. There's also a lot of inventory in the Middle East. And so that's critical. Normally, oil is pretty boring. To be honest with you, we have two roles, so I'd rather talk about tech. But this is really the driver today, and it is bad for tech too, because tech was the second category that sort of anti-war trade. Now today, I was texting my research partner.
All right, CBRX. Looking for a bounce.
Everybody was selling stocks to go long.
CBRS. All right, it's below that 200 put wall. Looking for this to get back above the put wall. You know what the dealers are going to do. Dealers have the incentive to keep this above the 200 level. Sorry about that. Hit the mute button. So dealers have the incentive to keep this above the 200 level. Okay, so now we have this level. I don't need that. Okay, let's see if they can get this back above the 200 put wall. Futures are just sitting here. We know that New York Stock Exchange is trying to hold on. We got a string of lower highs this week, starting on Monday. So we want to hold on to this trend. You got to stay above the 20-day. S&P needs to stay above the 50-day. Let's look at spiders. Okay, so that's a doji. Exactly what we're seeing right now. So you see the doji. Look at hedge flows. See what they're doing? Hedge flows are just moving sideways. Whenever it does that, you know that you're going to have a tight range until it breaks out and decides whether it's going to move higher or lower. Look at this 99 percentile. No, that's not 99. It looked like it was. 0 day, non-zero day. We got 98 overhead at 74.50, and we've got 7,300 down below. That's a 97 percentile. No 99s yet. All right, so that might show up in a little while. Once we see somebody or some investors place their bets, so to speak, and these grow to 99%, we'll look at those levels as targets potentially.
Well, no, other than the data supporting that. So we never believed it worked.
All right, so keep an eye on CBRS for now.
We never thought that was happening. In fact, we thought it was super bullish.
Google trying to take the high of the day. Tesla, nothing. AMD, nothing. Intel, inside of yesterday's price action, inside day. Intel.
And nobody paid any attention to this, and frankly, it's a very strange way to announce this. But this left of a decimal comment.
Intel is coming off the low, but it is a doji. Everything seems to be a doji today.
2.5. I mean, maybe if you were if it was rising, then at 2.9 you would raise rates. You certainly wouldn't cut them at 2.9. But that's a major.
Looks like a bear flag for now, CBRS. We do want to get it back above the 200 put wall. While we're waiting on that, let's take a look at some other things here. Okay, Booking.com. The theme has been travel since the World Cup. Among other things, it's summertime. People are going to take vacations. Some people. Booking.com, Delta Airlines, United Airlines. You don't need to be buying the high. You can wait for these to dip a little bit. Okay, Home Depot, Home Improvement, summertime, Home Improvement, Home Depot, nice bounce, Home Depot. There goes SpaceX is ripping here. SpaceX ripper. SpaceX on the move. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at SpaceX, SPCX. Okay, day 2. Realistically, it looks like a 3-candle pattern. You get a big bearish day. You get a bullish day. It's sort of a doji, long-legged doji, really, long-legged spinning top, whatever they want to call it. But we got dip buyers, higher low. We're starting to produce higher highs. We've got big trades on SpaceX.
Extremely well behaved. It's tightened massively. The Fed funds is normally trades 100 over. 10 years rallying today. I think it'll go below 4. But no issue. We're gonna have increases. I would basically ignore it. Like the Fed funds futures is almost as unreliable as the dot plot. In fact, we actually will be sad to see the dot plot go. It's a great contra indicator. So if they say it's going to go up, then almost certainly it's going to go down. So that's the only value to it. And Fed fund futures, if you look at start, they've also been completely irrational. They really overpriced in both directions. So, but the 10-year, the global, it's traded globally, it's been basically almost unchanged since the war started. But it will get dragged down as these inflation reports come in and the Fed fund futures drop.
So, Jay, okay, we talked about that. I do want to talk about tech a little bit. And something I've been interested in is I was looking around this morning.
All right, SpaceX looking for a rally off the low. Okay, CBRS, that is rolling over a bit. CBRS rolling over.
So does that concern you at all? You know, that when you see sell-offs, that they become more acute because of all the leverage that's in the market?
You know, not really, because the important thing to keep in mind is we're in late June. That's normally a horrible, horrible time for time. You know, there's no buybacks. it's kind of, we call it a hedge fund party. So there's not a lot of money coming in the market. It's just a lot of
Intel still bouncing.
2 days ago, chips were way up. Every other tech stock was down because those hedge funds use they call dollars. So you have to short something to buy something.
Intel still bid. Home Depot looks good too.
We're going to get into earnings season, and that's where people like us, who are long-term investors, start to be involved and see probably
Summer.
better and chips cool off.
Well, I mean, Micron's reporting tonight, right? We just got the news about that Broadcom OpenAI partnership. So do you think that, that the chips momentum is going to reignite?
Yeah, we think that actually it's going to attenuate. We in Q-Ball, we've been overweight, we've been outperforming, and we've been selling that.
Home Depot looking good here. HD. Okay, our rallying higher. Home Depot. I don't have any sell orders, do I? I'm going to double check. I was looking at Home Depot the other day about adding. Let's see. No. Okay, good.
And that's where, like, you look back, Oracle rally in earnings season when the hedge funds recovered. Yesterday, you could see it too. They were blowing up on their long chips. Everything else they were shorting was up on
Amazon looking okay. Home Depot looks good. Amazon bouncing at the 200-day. That's still basing in this area for the past 10 days or so. Touched it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the 200-day. Now we're trying to hold on to it. Amazon. Let's see what that looks like. Amazon. Okay, you got a higher low. Looking for a higher high on Amazon. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday. All right, June 24th. We got a big reversal on Axon. A big reversal. Axon turning back up. Okay, let's see. Bloom Energy. Okay, resuming. It had a little failure on the breakout we had Thursday. Monday popped up. Tuesday we pulled back. Now we're following through. It looks like we're going to start trending. Those moving averages look like they're going to keep going. All right, so we're looking for the 9 EMA to do that. 21-day to turn and do that. 50-day is already doing that. Okay, you got the 5 EMA doing that. Okay, so we're looking for higher prices in Axon, police equipment, body cams, etc. With all the unrest and all the dissent around the world, really, more police, more need for what this company produces. Axon. Okay, looking good, bouncing. Day 2. What's App 11 doing? App 11, that's below the 50-day. App 11 not getting any love. Airbnb, real estate's been doing good lately. Airbnb, I would consider that real estate. Airbnb taking off. Airbnb. Airbnb. SpaceX. AMD rolling over a bit. All right, so people are wary about chips right now. CBRS turned over again. All right, new lows on CBRS. CBRS making a new low here. They're taking out stops. What are they doing here? Airbnb, though, looks good. Airbnb. Okay, we'll watch this to see if it can break out for the week. That's number 4 on the NASDAQ 100. IDEX, pharmaceuticals, veterinary sciences, IDEX reversing. Insmed turning. We also saw biotech's doing well. XBI, biotech's breaking out. Bullish. AAL, American Airlines. Okay, that's break. Okay, that looks pretty good, actually, Joel. Looks pretty good. American Airlines looks good. Yep. 100%. All right, there you go. Apple turning back up. We got Amazon at the high, trying to hold on. Tesla's trying to hold on to the levels right now. Netflix is at 72. That's not going anywhere. AMD is fading more. The chips, people are getting nervous about holding chips. Micron could have really good earnings and still not follow through. Micron. All right, so people are getting nervous about chips, especially after what happened in the Kospi, the Korea Kospi index. EWY. Okay, that's fading, gapped up, but it's inside of yesterday's wick. Okay, that was a warning shot for chips. Chips have been on a run forever. The chip stocks have been on a run, so I would imagine dips are going to get bought. Just right now, things are very expensive. Micron, okay, has been trending. It's off its best levels as we start the week, with a gap down yesterday and a lot of chip stocks thanks to the weakness in the Kospi index. We got the S&P pulling back now. S&P. Let's see, what's IWM doing? IWM. All right, do I want to take profits and just call it a day? It's a doji right now. The 10-year yield, US 10-year. That's below the 50-day. That needs to keep going. If this continues to move through and below the 50-day, it will be a tailwind. It's not the only thing that's important. Obviously, earnings are important too on the small caps, but it does help because these small cap companies can borrow at a lower rate. As it is, big cap companies, they can negotiate their own rates, right? All right, speaking of rates, let's look at what's Goldman doing. Goldman, Morgan Stanley, okay, Wells Fargo. Okay, banks are kind of hanging in there. All right, let's go take a look at the sectors real quick, see what's doing what. Okay, so retail. All right, so retail is getting a bid. Let's take a look at Walmart. Is it a follow-through day? No, not yet. Costco was down below the 50-day for the past couple of weeks, holding on to the 200-day. It was down below the 200-day Thursday and Monday, back above. So we'll look at that. American Eagle Outfitters, that looks pretty good. Gap stores, that's okay. American Eagle, TJ Maxx, okay, bouncing at the 9 EMA. That looks good. Okay, retail looks good. XRT, TJX. AEO, retail. Retail is strong. UNH pulling back more. UNH, healthcare. Okay, it bounced yesterday from the low. Let's see. Humana, HUM, Humana. All right, looks like a good fade down to the 21 day. 21 day is that dotted red line, the middle of the Bollinger Bands. It's had a nice run. The healthcare stocks have had a nice run since the last week of March, breaking above the 50-day in April. So to see this pull back 236, 382 Fibonacci wouldn't be surprising. That would be the 50-day most likely. 382, something like that. Futures starting to turn back up. IWM. Okay, IWM. Okay, nice little bounce again. IWM, very volatile day for IWM. Mondo was right. There goes Amazon. Amazon trying to break out.
Let me back up for 1 second. The other thing I want to add, general comment about the public incumbents is that the performance-wise, in terms of fundamentals, the execution here is still solid. You know, in our 40 companies.
Okay, Amazon bouncing at the 200-day. All right, looks good. Day 2.
Same thing in the December and January quarters. So the fundamentals are still really good. It's
Okay, and Google next. Is Google going to go next? All right. So Micron's been off for a couple of days now from the highs that it put in on Monday. Okay, let me see here. CBRS. Making a new low. CVRS. Okay, so when I showed you this yesterday, what I was talking about, CBRS. CBRS here. Let's go here. What I showed you yesterday was, okay, we break out. If we break out above 250, then we could start to look for the averages to turn up. If we break below 200, we have to reassess. So right now we're in the reassess mode, right? Do we get back up above the 200-day, the 200 put wall? Do we start a trend lower highs, lower lows? Okay, we're at reassess mode right now. So I'm not doing a whole lot else with CBRS until we see it, what it does the rest of the day. If it's just a one-time thing and people took profits off for their puts and we move back above the 200 put wall, then that's a different story. Then we can start to look for a even bigger base here. All right, starting to turn up now. Shorts will start to cover most likely. Okay, so again, let's go back to what's actually working. Okay, all right, booking.com. Once again, retail, travel, all of these are looking good. Booking. Okay, you got retail, you got consumer discretionary, that would be travel. All right, travel's included. Hotels, cruise lines. Let's look at the RCL. RCL breaking out. CCL, a little pop there. NCLH. All right, breaking above. Personally, I think Carnival Cruise Lines has dropped their rates so low that people that normally wouldn't go on a cruise because they were expensive for a long time start going. And, the word gets out, free food, you eat all day, drink, whatever. Then it turns into a sideshow. That's why you got to stick with, if you're going to go cruising, you got to go with Royal Caribbean. They're the best. They're the elite. I don't know if you've ever seen one of their cruise lines, one of their cruise ships, but they're just incredible. As an architect, not a naval architect, but as an architect, it's just amazing. It's like like a building on the seas, these big atriums in the middle. But they charge a lot. Which is good because you keep the riffraff out, right? All right, CBRS is starting to turn now. It made a lower low. Okay, so this is a good setup, okay? So CBRS, you're looking for the lower low, okay? You got a lower low, higher low. What happened there? Okay, lower low. Stock charts is doing something weird. Let me, I'm going to jump around again. All right, so you got a higher low in RSI. You got a lower low in CBRS, price action. So this should turn. Okay, we'll know pretty soon. Yeah. Yeah, happy Wednesday, Mr. B. Okay, so watching for this. This is a good setup, CBRS. We'll see if it works. It's got a long way to go to get above that red line. Okay, higher low. Okay. Okay, I want to see if this works. Cerebrus.
Until Congress takes up the so-called Save America Act, which is the election bill that requires more identity documentation that the president has been pushing here. So now the timing of when the housing bill might be signed is in question. Senior housing reporter Claire Boston. We were all set to talk about the signing today, and then this post just came out, Claire. So we won't get into the politics of the back and forth of this. We'll see what now happens with this. Again, Congress passed it, so presumably has to go into law sometime. What's in this housing act, and what, why was it sort of bipartisan with the push behind it?
Yeah, Julie, this is pretty surprising. This deal was worked on for months, and the House and the Senate worked.
Okay, let's see. IWM. All right, there we go. IWM, nice.
Things like cutting red tape for environmental review, banning certain institutional investors from this market, as well as making it easier for state and local governments to build more housing. This is something that has a lot of bipartisan support just because housing affordability is considered a growing crisis in this country. It's something that voters care about, and it's something that Democrats and Republicans can find common ground on just because they all agree that we have a housing supply issue in this country.
Okay, so IWM is on the move here. Okay. CBRS is turning the corner. Okay, there it goes. High of the day. Here's the high of the day for today. Okay, we've got, I have the 300, 305 call spreads. Bought those last week. I believe on Thursday. I have to check my trades. Amazon, there goes Nvidia turning. Nvidia turned. Okay, we still need Netflix and the rest of the crew to turn up. Okay, IWM looking pretty good. IWM. There goes IWM. Keep going up. I would love it if there was an automatic feature that would keep pushing this up, you know, to the new high. That way I didn't have to do it each time. I've seen systems that do that. Okay, looks good. IWM. Okay, we're at the high of the day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from closingprint.com. It is June 24th, Wednesday. I mean, look at Royal Caribbean. The interior of these things, these atriums are just insane. That's wild. The structure. It's like, holy crap. Beautiful, beautiful. Puts the Titanic to shame. All right, some of those are not. Oh, there you go. Royal Caribbean. Beautiful. You get a tan from all that neon. All right, so watch the cruise lines. Those look pretty good. IWM continues to cruise higher. All right, we're going to break out here. As a rule of thumb, whenever the 10-year yield is lower, that has a big impact. That has a big impact on small caps. Ten-year. Mm-hmm. Okay, 10-year yield, IWM. Okay, trying to push a bit higher. High of the day so far. Okay. Cerebrus trying to turn the corner. IWM. Just hit the highs and reversing. Okay, let's see what else is working here. Booking.com is still very strong. Booking. Very nice move on Booking.com. Axon. Airbnb. Airbnb, nice little breakout. Apple.
How do you know, out of all the amazing drivers in F1 Academy, how do you know who to work with and tell those stories with? How are you able to tell who to work with within F1 Academy? How do you know that was the driver you want to tell stories with?
We look for authentic partnerships where someone is really prepared to work with us. We don't think of it as a sponsorship, we think of it as a partnership. So for us, for example, putting the time in, putting the performance, putting the research in, coming to the GSSI for a whole week to train, to refine the schedule. We want to help make a difference. And Lisa was incredibly open to that, and with Susie's guidance, we were pretty sure we had a very, very good winner. Lisa's incredible.
Is this something where, Jane, you don't even measure metrics because the partnership is just so amazing and it's a great story to tell?
Look, I love the thought that a CMO doesn't measure metrics. Of course, we measure metrics as well. And look, we're doing a great thing here, but we also think this is a growth driver.
Okay.
Why do I care? Because
AMD, let's see what AMD was lower earlier. Buyers stepping up at the low of the day. Bollinger Bands coming together, volatility and consolidation, compressing. Okay, Apple looked good yesterday, then it faded. The 50-day is down below.
So you mentioned you have a lot on your plate right now. How are you growing F1 Academy?
Well, I think just to touch upon what James said, firstly, we don't expect as let's say the Formula within Formula One for it to be a charity project. It needs to make sense. We need to build a platform that works for our partners, and that's something which for our long-term success is vital. What's game-changing for us is when
Microsoft's still fading. The Open, Microsoft had a nice run up this morning. Didn't want to get too excited because it still needs the base down here. So people jumping in too early, not waiting for the trend. There is none. So we're just fading in the high of the day. Okay, Google looks like it wants to do something. Google building some higher lows intraday. I got a lot of work to do to get back above the 50-day, the blue line. Again, the theme of the day seems to be travel, BKNG, Booking.com, DAL, Airlines, DAL, American Airlines, AAL, UAL, not so much, UAL, that's breaking out too. What was USL? What's that? USL, United States 10-month, 12-month oil fund. Okay, so USO down. All of these things should help the economy. Lower crude oil, S&P. Okay, we're starting to bounce a bit. S&P, all right, starting to move now. All right, hedge flows are moving out of. All right, do we start trending now? Do we start trending? Keep an eye on it.
And that's why brand partnerships like this, which are Gatorade are doing so much scientific research also on making sure our female drivers are given the right tools to be successful. Because women are different to men. They're 30% less muscle. What a female racing driver needs is slightly different to what a male driver needs. And making sure that we get all of those building blocks in the right order and in the right place is fundamental to our long-term success.
S&P looking better. S&P cash breaking higher above 7,400. Okay, above 7,400 is good. We got a level here. No 99s yet, right? No 99s. 0 day. 97.6. Pushing a bit higher. Apple, Amazon, Google, all rising.
It's an opportunity I could only have dreamed of at that age because there wasn't the exposure, there wasn't the belief that a woman could. So very proud, not just of what F1 Academy's done, but the fact that Formula One.
What the hell are these people going on about? Okay, that's great. Oh, that was a Pepsi Formula One. Pepsi CEO talking about Formula One partnership. Okay, whatever.
System is that we have some basic curves in place. We have some transparency into your accounting. We have some.
Oh, jeez, Senator Warren. These people should retire after being in there for as long as they have. Many of them should retire. This is just crazy. These politicians, they stay in there forever. I don't think Chuck Schumer has ever had a regular job, right? He's been in Congress all of his life, senator. That's wild. Same thing with what's his name, the Republican guy. Looks like a turtle. I don't even know the names. Okay, here we go. S&P starting to go some more, looking good. Okay, IWM.
Fears, which really pulled the rug from underneath a lot of these stocks in this sector. So let's go inside out on the space. And joining us now is Steve Koenig, who's the US Head of Software and Services Research, over at Macquarie. Steve, always nice of you to join us. Thank you so much for your time. So,
okay, Apple looking good, turning back up, Apple. Amazon breaking out, Bollinger Bands opening up. There goes Google going. There goes Google.
Good morning, Sam. Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, for the public software companies,
IWM's looking good too. IWM breaking out new high of the day. Okay, we're back up to we're gonna break above all-time highs here. Maybe if we're lucky.
Software index is down like almost 30% since peaking last October. A lot of that was in January, but it was a continual, it was a pretty constant drawdown. Trading action, I should say pricing in general, valuations have stabilized roughly since May, but there has been some choppy trading action, as you just pointed out. Valuations for, again, we look at our top, our 40 company public software index is a good proxy here for the space. And those valuations are down significantly, are about 6.7 times EV, enterprise value to forward revenue. And that's, kind of these stocks trade on average, typically historically are around 9 times. So you're looking at some pretty interesting valuations here, coupled with fundamental performance, in that 40 company index. Once again, this most recent
IWM
quarter, just like the prior quarter,
looking good. The biggest thing is the 10-year yield. US 10-year yield down below the 50-day. That's huge. Small caps and tech. Small caps and tech should do well.
It's hard to disprove a false positive, and AI is a disruptive force, but a lot of these business models are very resilient, and and the competitive mode of a lot of these incumbent software vendors, it doesn't just stem from the binaries. Even if you could recreate them quickly, and even if enterprises wanted to build their own software, which does not, for commercial products that address core enterprise workflows, we just don't see that as being real likely. Even if all that takes place, like these companies, their competitive mode comes from being deployed and integrated inside enterprise processes and workflows, and having people use that software. So, I think we've got a lot of staying power for the incumbents, and but addressing that AI fear. It's a fear about the future, kind of the long-term future of these companies. And, you're going to just need to see, continuing good performance quarter after quarter. And you're going to need to people need to come to terms with how AI gets incorporated in enterprise workflows. And I think when there's more of a clear picture of how that's going to work, I think that the sector in general benefits. So, we're not calling for any, kind of upturn necessarily, sharp spike in across the software sector, but I think, it's a good time to look at selected stocks.
I was about to say, you kind of took the words out of my mouth. It's been interesting watching how investors have been kind of picking the winners and the losers throughout the last couple of months or so, given some of the initial fears. Given your research, Steve, I'm wondering, at the start of the year, it kind of felt like every every day there was another area of the space which was then at risk of, AI disruption, if you will. And then obviously we saw a subsequent sell-off in that particular space. Is there any sector that you feel is a little bit overlooked that might be the next that's at risk? That hasn't been quite touched yet, because I was having an interesting conversation with a company yesterday who seems to think that accounting might be the next one to fall, given this kind of new era of entrepreneurship that we're seeing. A lot of people choosing to work for themselves.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's interesting, Sam. I think fears have played out pretty broadly, throughout the software space.
All right, so apparently Nancy Pelosi or her husband have been buying Uber contracts in the money. Uber.
For kind of creative sort of processes, like software development is essentially a creative process.
Okay, Uber, looking for more.
Search and summarization. On the other hand, you've got workflows that need to be very highly governed, policy compliant, deterministic. I don't cover Workday, for example, so I don't have an opinion.
Uber on the move.
Kind of ERP or accounting stocks, but those highly governed workflows, that's tough to deploy these probabilistic LLMs against, and that's an area where AI can be complementary, and especially in terms of doing analytics and drawing insights from the accounting data. But I think in terms of looking at pockets, on the upside here, I think cybersecurity has been pretty strong, not necessarily across the board, but I think it will continue to be very
Uber on the
strong.
move.
I think what the LLMs are doing is going to be quite complementary to the major platform vendors. And we do think that Zscaler is kind of they haven't really benefited this year from the positive cybersecurity trade, and yet they're very, very much an important platform provider, kind of an alternative to Palo Alto when it comes to securing your apps and securing your network in a zero trust environment. And I think Zscaler is probably positioned well for the stock to perform here as the company likely accelerates revenue.
And I see you maintain an outperform with a $172 price target on that name, currently trading.
Uber on the move.
Trade today, $129 and change. Really appreciate it, Steve. Thanks so much for the broad overview. Now we'll talk about Zscaler in a second. Steve Koenig, their US head of software and services research over at Macquarie. So let's trade that name now with Tom White, host of Fast Market. Zscaler, as I mentioned there, it does look like this is one that Steve likes amongst his coverage here. Just walk us through an example trade, Tom.
Yeah, maybe a buying opportunity here, Sam, because if you look at the performance of the stock down over 40% just this year alone, so severely underperforming some of its competitors in that cybersecurity space at this point. So if you want to take that bullish view, I looked at something that's a little bit more passive. It gives you an opportunity to buy the shares if the stock goes lower, and if it doesn't, you can still be profitable using the option.
Okay, so now the Pelosi's are on Uber now. Okay, that's good.
Option series, so 23 days to expiration, just over 3 weeks in this position. And I looked at selling in out of the money.
Okay, IWM. Let's see what it looks like. IWM. Okay.
You're going to collect a credit of approximately about $4. That's what you can make on this trade, right? $400 per put that you sell if the stock remains above that 122 level. If the stock does fall below that 122 level, it takes your break even down to $118. So that's where you would have to purchase the shares if you were
Futures, nice bounce on the futures.
22 and you get assigned on them. So this trade or this strategy is actually twofold, where you just want to collect credit. You think it's going to remain above 122, and you just get to keep collecting credits, and you can do this repeatedly in different option series. Or, hey, if the stock does fall again, I'm willing to buy the shares.
Intel made a nice little pop towards the highs. Fading a little bit at the moment. Same thing with AMD. Cerebras, no follow through yet. Cerebras.
About 61%. So you've got a high probability of success on this trade. I think one of the keys with this is the stock doesn't pay a dividend, right? So maybe a covered call doesn't work, but you can still take advantage of on this type of position by selling the out of the money put when implied volatility levels are pretty extended at this point. But yeah, this might be the way to look at it, where hey, I either just want to keep the credit, or I want to buy the shares, or I'm willing to buy the shares if the stock does continue to fall.
All right, good look at the scaler there. Thanks so much for the example trade, Tom. And we are counting down here to Micron's earnings. But later on this afternoon, we've got stocks stabilizing, chips finding their footing off the back of the sell-off yesterday. Available in our App Store. Trading 360 up next with Marley Caden.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com. The market is moving fast. Are you ready for what's next? SchwabNetwork.com. The market is moving fast. Are you ready for what's next? Join Schwab's panel of experts on Thursday, June 25th for our 2026 mid-year market outlook. From global energy spikes to volatility to inflation and the 2026 IPO landscape, get the insights that investors need for the second half of the year. Join us on Thursday, June 25th at 7 p.m. Eastern here on Schwab Network. Good morning. We're 90 minutes into the trading day. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters. We've got a great show in store for you today. First, we'll examine how the Iran war and the elevated oil prices that we saw throughout much of the conflict will factor into future earnings for the rest of the year. The team over at Zacks dove into the numbers and will join us for more. Today's disruptor is AMD after UBS hiked its price target this morning. The stock moving higher alongside other chip names today. George Tillis will take us through that call and also have an example trade for us. Then in our 360 round, we're going to take a closer look at home builders in the real estate market. The XHB Home Builder ETF is up more than 15% in the last 25 trading days, but new home sales came in much lower than expected this morning. Let's check in with the markets here, see how we're faring as we kick off a new trading day. We are entirely in the green today, matching moves pretty much across our three largest indices. The S&P up 0.8%, at 74.2424. The Nasdaq up about the same at 29,578, and the Dow also up 0.8%. It's added more than 400 points this morning to be at 52,079.34. As we look at the Russell 2K, up more than 1%, but the 10-year is ticking lower. We are at 441 after being as high as 450 yesterday. The dollar still at 101.47, though we're above that 101 threshold. Gold is at $4,023.10 a troy ounce, that's 3% lower. Crude oil has dipped below $70 a barrel today. We're at $69.89, and Bitcoin falling as well. We are at 60,970. Do want to welcome Alex Coffey into this show, our senior equities contributor here on the network, to talk about the earnings that we have coming up. Of course, a major potential catalyst here when we're talking about Micron. And as you were talking about just before the show started, Micron is moving so much today, such a volatile name, that every time you refresh, it's different. I refreshed it just before when we were talking about it for the show. We were down about 0.7%. When I just opened it back up, we were in positive territory, and now we're down about 0.1%.
Yeah, it's all over the place right now. It's got a big stock price. So not only is the percentage move a lot, but it's like $10 a share minute to minute. So definitely not for the faint of heart, and earnings not going to help dissipate any of that volatility, at least for the meantime. In terms of its average earnings move over the last decade, 6.5%. Now, that might be dwarfed by what's expected here if it does live up to those expectations, because the market is anticipating a 10.5% move in either direction just based off of options prices. So certainly volatility expected. In the early trade, calls are out trading puts 4 to 3, but pretty balanced. So it goes to show there's a little bit of I guess, an intraday tug of war going on between bears and bulls. All that to be said, the numbers are expected to be really, really strong once again. Almost 20.5 in terms of EPS. 2049 is what I saw, and that's almost 1,000% EPS gain year over year. $35.7 billion, 283%. So this is a stock that is accelerating sequentially in terms of growth if it is to hit those numbers. 3 quarters ago, it was growing at 46% year over year for revenue. Then it went to 56. It ballooned last quarter, and that really kind of kicked off this massive move that you see over there in terms of the stock performance here. It grew almost 200% in revenue. Well, that's expected to accelerate again. So this is a situation where the expectations continue to ratchet higher. Now, Marley, for it to actually, guide something that would be at or, kind of where the street is for this current quarter that we're seeing right now, which would be the next quarter they report, they're going to have to say something around $43 billion for revenue, which would be, again, about a 280% growth rate. So the street is expecting maybe peak growth in this area. If they can adjust that guidance higher, perhaps the party can continue. But a very volatile stock. It's been down 5 of the last 6 quarters around earnings, so bear that in mind. And this is a fun stat for you. So when you look at the correlation between the S&P 500 and Micron, if you square that number over the last 3 months, you get what's called the R squared, or the coefficient of determination. Fancy way of saying, if you tell me what Micron did, whatever that number is over the last 3 months, I could have accurately told you kind of what the S&P 500 did. That number is 74%. So 3 out of 4 times, basically, Micron is moving in the direction of the S&P 500, or vice versa, basically saying what we've said, which is that Micron is the standard bearer right now for the equity markets, and it continues to be that.
Yeah, and you brought up a great point. We've been talking about this obviously being the catalyst for this week, in advance of PCE coming on Thursday, but it has traded lower 5 of the last 6 quarters in the day reaction post-earnings, but it has had an average beat on earnings of more than 15%. I ran the numbers myself yesterday, and I mean, it's just incredible to see that we're looking at, 10x potential growth that could not be enough for this name. I mean, just yesterday alone, it was the second worst performer in the S&P 500.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Now, one thing I would say is if you were to extend that time out maybe a week or a month, the numbers get a lot better for Micron. So maybe it's not a rush to get into this name into earnings, but perhaps depending on what they say, there could be a big move after that over the next month. That's really what we've seen. You really saw that on that chart. Just an incredible performance over the last quarter.
Yeah, absolutely, Alex. Really appreciate you being with us today to break that down as we took a look at Micron before we get those earnings, which of course we'll have on market on close for you after the close. But I do want to bring Dale Smothers into the conversation, joining us this morning, President and CEO over at RDS Wealth Management. Dale, great to have you on the show. Now, I did not know that we were going to play Wheel of Fortune, but as soon as I saw your notes today, we are starting with Wheel of Fortune today. You said that you only need 3 letters and 2 vowels to solve what is going to take our markets higher. You need an R, N, a D, an A, and an I. So can you solve for us, please?
That's exactly right. And if you were Vanna, I would ask you to solve this puzzle with 3 words. AI.
Uber on the move. Everybody found out that Nancy's in it.
That is what the market's focused on over the next couple of weeks. Artificial intelligence spending and build out of the infrastructures, profitability. Micron's earnings are front and center this afternoon. And then we've got Iran. Iran has to be resolved going into the end of the year to hit what we deem to be the target of the S&P 500 at 8,000 by the end of the year. I think we get there, Marley, and it's on the back of lower oil, cooler inflation, which obviously is surrounded around Iran and this crisis resolving, and then artificial intelligence build out and profitability hopefully coming to those earnings, along with the ability for employees to do more with less. Therefore, profitability, and you've got the ability to make more money by hiring less people. This type of strategy is going to make earnings go higher, in our opinion, and for that reason, we believe the S&P 500 hits 8,000 by the end of the year.
Things, Dale, is the bigger threat to your 8,000 target? Is it the situation in Iran and some sort of escalation there? Or is it a reduction in AI spending or lowered earnings in the AI space?
Yeah, I think if earnings do not come out with a forward guidance, so these quarterly earnings calls that we listen to, we're really paying attention to the CEO's forward guidance. And that forward guidance is going to be hindered if artificial intelligence perhaps is not as profitable. Perhaps it doesn't bring the type of productivity that we desire for the marketplace. And another one is the the Iran crisis, rather. That Iran crisis is, if it rears its ugly head again, Marley, we could see oil spike once again, and that will create uncertainty with the Fed. Clearly, the Fed raising interest rates would not help the markets overall, and it would also hinder forward guidance in the next quarter's earnings that we'd be paying very close attention to. The CEO is going to have a hard time giving us any kind of forward guidance if, for instance, they have no idea where oil is going to be 2 to 3 months from now.
And Dale, I want to talk about something else that stuck out to me in your notes here. I love that we got to kick off with an unexpected game of Wheel of Fortune, but you were taking a bit of a contrarian stance in terms of the Fed and the path forward here. You disagree with investors who are starting to price in the possibility of rate hikes. So what do you think those investors are getting wrong? Because, I mean, I'm going to refresh the Fed watch tool right now, but I mean, as I was looking, we were at about 89% by end of year.
Yeah, 89% by end of year that we will have a Fed rate hike. And my belief is that all of this is revolved around the short-term effects of oil. We saw this morning, if you were watching pre-market, oil traded at a 6 handle very briefly in the futures. And that's even with the potential for an uptick in tensions in Iran. When that gets resolved, I think the Fed has room to pause here, to stay stable in rates. And stable rates, higher earnings, continued AI demand leads the market higher. And again, if the Fed does come out with a rate hike, it's going to put a little bit of a speed bump and perhaps even push the pause button on this bullish stance that we take on the S&P.
We had a 6 handle at the top of the show. I mean, I'm just looking right now. We've still got it. We're at 69.75. So, Dale, yes, we are lower here. But, I mean, realistically, how long does that really need to feed through before we stop seeing the effects of this inflationary episode that we're seeing because of these higher oil prices?
Oil bleeds into the gas pumps. We're aware of that, and gas bleeds into everything that we see: shipping, manufacturing, energy, and just in general, energy across the board. This type of lead time unfortunately, Marley, you and I are both aware that it doesn't take long for gas prices to rise when oil goes higher, but it takes a little bit longer for some reason for gas prices to fall when oil comes lower. And I think that the administration made some announcements this morning that they're going to be watching this to make sure that that doesn't take place, that there's not some sort of price gouging. But the economics behind it all is that if you bought a barrel of oil at $120 a barrel, you've got to make that barrel of oil profitable. And so it might take 2 to 3 weeks to bleed through the system and actually hit the gas pumps for us to fill that. So we've got to stay at this 600 for 2 to 3 months before we actually start to feel the relief from inflation. And I'm going to tell you, if it goes much lower than $60 a barrel, that could put strain and pressure on the markets in a totally different way. No one wants deflationary environment here. We just want inflation to stay stable and not go off the rails.
Yeah, trying to strike a balance here. Also trying to not pay $6 a gallon for gas here in Chicago. It hurts me every time, Dale. But last question here before we have to say goodbye, I do want to ask you about Micron and your expectations here. I was just talking to Alex Coffey about sort of the general consensus expectation. And we have seen from Micron, I mean, last quarter, incredible results. I think they beat on earnings by about 33%. It may have been even a little higher than that. And we saw them move more than 4% lower to close out the next session. I mean, they moved lower 5 of the last 6 sessions despite consistently beating on earnings and guidance. So what are you expecting, not just from the numbers, but from the reaction?
Yeah, I think that the reaction is going to be violent one way or the other. And it would not surprise me one bit if they beat on the numbers and the market sells off. Again, this is kind of a sell the news type of event. We are believers in Micron. We think that, just like Alex said, it's going to likely go higher with the S&P 500. Alex didn't necessarily reference that, but he referenced the correlation between Micron and the S&P. We're bullish on the S&P. We believe that names like Micron are going to lead us higher. And I'm going to tell you that this is a supply and demand story, Marley. This is what our viewers need to realize. Memory is in high demand and very low supply. And this idea that supply gets any better or that perhaps demand gets any lower is very unlikely going into the end of 2026, 2027. I think it begins to get even worse. So a name like Micron goes higher simply because of a supply and demand of memory.
Dale, always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We love having you on the show. Dale Smothers, President and CEO at RDS Wealth Management. And we've got a lot more for you today, so don't go anywhere. We've got the big 3 coming your way, 3 stocks, 3 charts, and 3 trades for you. Rick Ducat will be taking us through the technicals. Don Kaufman will be joining us to take us through his trades for CME Group, DoorDash, and Caterpillar. That's next on Trading 360 on Schwab Network.
Apple breaking out a little bit higher. Apple breaking higher. All right. Hedge flows have begun trending. Notice they're trending. Hedge flows.
The market is moving fast. Are you ready?
All right, there goes IWM.
Have you ever watched an interview and thought, I wish they had 5 more minutes, or I want to know how they discovered that hit?
IWM
That's exactly
breaking
what
higher. IWM. Okay, all-time highs right there. Okay.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time for the big three. We've got 3 stocks, 3 charts, and 3 trades for you. Rick Ducat will be taking us through the charts. Here to take us through the trades today, Don Kaufman, co-founder over at CO Trade. Great to have you both on the show. Don, would love to get your thoughts. We got a nice green day for you here in the markets. We've got Micron coming our way. We'll get inflation numbers tomorrow. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, overall, just the marketplace bouncing around.
IWM. All right, so this is looking good here. A little bit more to get to 300.
The S&Ps are trading at this moment and try to obtain levels off of it. For the most part, the last 30 days, it's just bouncing around this level. I mean, it's a lot of volatility that we've seen the last 4 weeks. We've had these giant outsized moves, 100 points to the downside yesterday. The week before that, we saw multiple
300 strike.
So, that volatility kind of continues to reverberate through markets. That should make a lot of investors very nervous here in the near term.
Yeah, and so let's dive into the big three here. You've got CME Group as your first trade today. They've been under some pressure of late. They've had some management changes up at the top here. Take me through your outlook on CME.
I've been watching both CME and CO a considerable amount. One of the first things I'll say is some of the dramatic sell-side activity of both CME and CBOE are a bit of a concern. There's just no question about that. Nevertheless, CME is in dramatically oversold conditions at this point, and I'm actually going to trade it for a bounce. I'm going to put on a bullish position, but I want to be crystal clear. It's in a downtrend right now, but even the most wild downtrend is going to have what we term as traders, especially when we're talking about CME Group. We're going to have a rip your face off rally in here. I want to be part
Okay, what is SoFi doing? SoFi, I see that's up. SoFi? SoFi, big move.
Expiration. I'm not going crazy far out in time. 3 weeks out in time, July 17th expiration. I'm going to buy the 247.50 calls, and I'm going to sell the 250 calls against him. So it's just a very small 250 wide spread for an 85-cent debit. Just playing the idea like, look, if I'm completely and utterly wrong and this thing continues to spiral to the downside, I'm going to lose 85 cents. If we get that nice bounce, it's a great risk reward. Risking 85 cents for a 250 wide spread is everything I want inside of a short-term bounce.
All right, Rick, so just because I want to say it, are we potentially setting ourselves up for a rip-your-face-off rally?
Anything's possible, but I can see that we are at 50.
Not everyday events. Those are rare even in our industry. Our partnership with AWS will give us reach sort of every enterprise in the world. Use AWS in one form or another.
Cerebrus making a deal with OpenAI.
Fast inference in front of the world's enterprises.
Right. Sorry to almost cut you off there. I'm curious what you make of the stock price today, down at about 15.5%. How much of that do you think is around earnings? How much of that do you think?
Yeah, we chose to be innovative in the lockup expiration. Traditionally, everything unlocked on the 181st day, plus or minus. That was, I think, a legacy and served nobody well. We chose to titrate out our lockup with pieces at the first day and pieces after the first earnings call and pieces after the second earnings call, try and smooth out the path. Whether that's a success or not, we'll have to see.
There are some questions about where you think supply chain concerns are the most acute for your own business. Can you talk about what you have your eye on the most?
Sure. I think as an industry, everybody's constrained by HBM, by memory. And that's a very particular type of memory that we don't use. They're also constrained by TSMC's process called CoWoS. And again, that's not a process we use. Finally, the big constraint is around the 3 nanometer node at TSMC. And that's, again, something that we don't use. we use SRAM and we use the 5 nanometer node. So our creative architecture has allowed us to sidestep many of the supply chain limitations. Final challenge that everybody in the industry is facing, I know across the board, are data centers. And that's something that we do face. And everybody who's trying to roll out compute in massive scale is confronted by the fact that we're trying to move at the speed of AI and data centers move at the speed of real estate.
That's a good way to put it, and it sort of also encompasses what I guess you'd call political pushback, which I don't know. Would you argue that's gaining momentum? We had Senator Warren on in the last hour, talked about it. The Times did a piece earlier in the week where they argued it's probably the one political issue that has the most bipolarity. I mean, it is truly bringing together poles of each party around this one issue.
I think that's a fair point. I'm not sure our industry did a good job in the early phases in working with communities to explain how data centers could be good for them. I think they create jobs. I think there's confusion about how much water data centers use, where in fact we use relatively little water. In fact, the almond industry in California uses more water than all data centers in the U.S. And so I think part of the blame should be on us in the industry. We didn't communicate clearly with localities. We didn't take their concerns seriously. But Microsoft has taken the lead. They put forward some how one should engage in a community. I think these are obvious and amount to a corporate version of be good.
Cerebrus is turning.
Reasonable. And I think once the sort of the temperature comes down a little bit, what we will see is that the data centers can be excellent neighbors. They can increase the local tax base. They create thousands of jobs during their construction, during their operation. I don't think it's it need be sort of this contentious.
Finally, First Print is a public company. I'm sure you're very happy to be public, but does the street sort of by nature short-term focus, is that a limiting factor for you? Is it much more complicated than you thought it would be?
I think it's exactly as we thought it would be. I think that the smartest minds in thinking about the street called it a voting mechanism in the short term and a weighing mechanism in the long term. And I think what we can focus on, and we knew this going in, is building leading products, building products that are faster than anything else. Today, our solutions are orders of magnitude faster, and faster AI is more valuable AI. Focus on that. We deliver to our customers. We show them they can do things that can't be done with other people's hardware. And our numbers will continue to grow, and we will be weighed appropriately.
So you're saying AI can't innovate?
I don't know if it can't innovate. I just don't think it is right now.
What about after the AGI moment?
Well, I never say never, so maybe that'll happen, but I'm not holding my breath.
That was Bloomberg's Emily Chang speaking with Jennifer Doudna, Nobel laureate and founder of Innovative Genomics Institute. Watch the full episode on Bloomberg Television tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern, or on Bloomberg Originals at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Defense manufacturing startup Hadrian has been in talks to more than quadruple its valuation in a new funding round, according to sources. Bloomberg's venture reporter Rebecca Torrance and I teamed up on this one. So let's go through the basics, right? These are talks, they're at a certain stage, but they only raised money right at the beginning of this year at a certain valuation. What's the jump and what do we need to know?
That's correct, Ed. So Hadrian raised money at a $1.6 billion valuation just in January. They've now had conversations to raise up to $1 billion in this latest round. That would more than quadruple their valuation, as you said, to $7.5 billion. The investor demand on this one is pretty significant. We reported that several existing investors are in talks for this one. We should note that in respect to comment, Hadrian said that the information provided was correct, does not provide further context. That said, in prior reporting. This is an area that's extremely hot with investors right now. Defense tech broadly, Hadrian makes facilities to speed up domestic manufacturing, and that's been hugely of interest to a lot of folks in Silicon Valley.
Thank you for that. I would also add that, I suppose, as Hadrian said, the report was incorrect, but declined to add further context. I would have done that for you. Thank you very much. There is some reporting that we did about where they approach debt or a lack of approach to debt. Just explain that bit.
Yeah, so building large automated factories often means that companies take on debt to take, on the risks of building these large facilities. Hadrian currently has 4 factories, the latest which opened in March, off the back of a $2.4 billion contract with the U.S. Navy. So this amount, this up to $1 billion, is just equity that they would raise, and it doesn't include any debt that they may be discussing.
Right. You did a great job of explaining, what Hadrian does. It's basically an amazing factory or contract manufacturer. Generally, what is venture capital attitude right now to defense technology and this whole kind of reindustrializing America push?
There's tons of excitement here, and investors in Hadrian include Anderson Horowitz, the American Dynamism Fund, Peter Thiel's Founders Fund, Lux Capital. This effort to sort of reshore manufacturing and create a cycle where consumers and companies can just rely on production and consumption within the U.S. Is a huge interest to people.
Bloomberg's Rebecca Torrance teaming up with me on that one on Hadrian, potentially hitting $7.5 billion valuation. Thank you very much. Now, coming up later in the show, I'm going to sit down with David George, Andreessen Horowitz, general partner, on A16C's big bet on SpaceX, conversation that we're really looking forward to. Right now, this is what technology looks like in financial markets, particularly in equity markets. And we are all waiting for what is a big one. That is Micron reporting earnings after the closing bell. Right now, Nasdaq 100 modestly high to flat, underperformance in chip stocks, and Bitcoin just shy of $61,000 per token.
I'm very excited about our reinvention story today, which is literally 160 years in the making.
The intention was trying to bring the company into the trend for the future.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
At United Bank, banking means more than financial solutions. It means rallying around the causes that are important to our customers, employees, and communities. While we have grown in size and presence, we have never forgotten our roots. Giving back to our local communities and funding business development, we help fuel economic growth. Our success is your success. Because to us, this is home. United Bank, member FDIC. Anything going on lately? Some fun each other time. I actually found some. Trust me, I ain't a big mistake. For real. What is it, nigga? Legit. Legit. Bro, it's 100% safe. I just cashed out $600 today. Man, what is that? Just download Google Stop and start playing. Trust me, you're gonna be thanking me later. Gleaming slots. Play now.
Here at first on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to
to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Amber Hooker in Beijing, China, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Tech. It's a big moment in time for memory. The biggest headline is probably that SK Hynix will try and raise $29 billion in a US listing. But the AI trade is going to get its next cue from Micron's earnings after the bell. There's a lot of literature on the Bloomberg about that. Stock's down about 1.3% right now. It's highly analogous from what we saw in some of the earlier days of NVIDIA, 2023 to 2025. Massive growth year on year, both on the top and bottom line. But the market really wants a bullish signal. Not that the bottleneck that is memory is unwinding a little on the AI infrastructure build out, but that the demand has staying power. So that is what we're watching for throughout the course of the day. Another top story, Elon Musk is reshaping his empire's balance sheet. SpaceX just pulled off a record $25 billion investment grade bond sale, taking on more debt while lowering overall borrowing costs across Musk-holding businesses. For more, Bloomberg senior private credit reporter Paula Sellison joins us. How did it go?
It went very well. In fact, the peak of demand, there were $89 billion in orders for what was ultimately a $25 billion bond deal. That allowed the company to tighten or get lower borrowing costs over the course of the marketing process, and investors are very eager to lend.
There is a bit of a history lesson in this. I find it fascinating. So, yeah, Musk takes Twitter private. X joins XAI. XAI merges with SpaceX, and then SpaceX does the biggest IPO in history. And if you look at how they kind of shuffled the deck with the proceeds of the bond sale and what they plan to do in paying down existing loans, it kind of takes us back to square one. Is that right?
Well, this was really all one long convoluted way of allowing XAI to become part of an investment grade company and then be able to borrow at those borrowing costs. So, we had the Twitter LBO, which ended up adding about $13 billion of debt, and then XAI leveraged on entitled bond sales, which added $5 billion of debt. So, when SpaceX acquired XAI, there was $17.5 billion of debt with interest rates in the 9.5% to 12.5% range. All of that essentially just got refinanced, initially through a $20 billion bridge loan that was then taken out with the investment grade bond sale on Tuesday, and now interest rates are around 5.5% to 6.5%.
We broke the story, and just the days before the IPO, that SpaceX had got IG rating from the three main agencies. That was really important, right? The story right now in the AI space is borrowing, and the IG rating has proved to be pretty handy to SpaceX.
Absolutely. So there's so much need for capital investment. Companies just can't do it with cash flow. They have to borrow, and they're borrowing across all the different debt markets. But the best place to borrow for most of them is the investment grade bond market because it's very large, very deep pockets, and it's a cheaper borrowing cost. So being able to get those investment grade ratings just opens up access to capital that makes it so much easier to borrow all this money to finance the AI build out.
Thank you very much indeed. In the equity space, SpaceX actually higher again today, $158 per share. SpaceX, David George, Andreessen Horowitz, general partner, is on set with us right now. He led the firm's investment in SpaceX, a stake which is now valued at more than $10 billion and is proved to be Andreessen's largest return in history. And you're somebody that I've wanted to speak to about the company for a long time. There's a lot here, but I think just as an opening, reflect on the IPO, David, and I guess not just in a moment in time for Andreessen, but what you think it signified for what is a very big and now quite diverse company.
Yeah, well, look, thanks for having me on. Great to be here with you. The IPO is just a milestone in the history of the company. I think it's a great, event for the company to be able to access new investors, access capital that they couldn't otherwise access before. And one of the things that I'm most excited about as it relates to the IPO is the fact that retail was able to partake in such a big fashion. So if you look at the allocation that went to retail, as a proportion of the overall IPO, it's around 30%.
Right.
And so if you just take that portion that went to retail, it's almost the largest IPO by itself in the history of IPOs. So I think it's fantastic.
Why is that part of that, David? Sorry to interrupt you.
Retail has proven to be an excellent group of buyers and holders of stock. So obviously it's a large proportion of the ownership of Tesla, but but they also are large owners of the Mag 7 at large. And so I think it's excellent for SpaceX to be able to access that. I think, you know, in large part, retail is long-term thinking, which aligns with the way Elon thinks and how he's built SpaceX. And so I love that they're a big part of it.
Probably the question I get for you most commonly is about the lockup. What will happen? You know, I think a lot of the venture firms would say, well, we will redistribute to our LPs the stock, and we expect lots of them to hold. But that would seem to make the retail holders important in what was like a very complex lockup. It wasn't straightforward.
Yeah, look, I think this is a great step forward generally in how lockups are run, and I expect for IPOs going forward, this is probably going to be the way it's run. So Cerebras did something similar, where you have the lockups come off gradually over time, and I think this is good. This is healthy. It allows you know, the public market investors to be able to buy stock over time as opposed to, you know, cliff events. For us, we're very long-term thinkers. You know, we're happy shareholders of SpaceX. You know, we think very much about the long term. You know, obviously, what makes us so excited about the business is all of the things that can go right for SpaceX, all the optionality that you have. And so the way that we look at it is you start with the launch business. And in order to be successful as a space business, you have to reliably be able to get things to space. And so SpaceX has the infrastructure in an incredible way to be able to build applications on top. Obviously, Starlink is the first one. We expect that with Starship and V3, they've achieved some de-risking in terms of what they can bring up to space. Eventually, they'll have rapid reusability with multiple launches per day on Starship. It's a feat of physics magnificence that they can take something that's the size of larger than a football field, send it up to space, grab it with chopsticks, and then reuse it again. They'll rapidly be able to do that, and that's going to enable all the applications that they want to build on top.
It also now has a name, Starmind.
Yes.
As of last night, and then, you know, Elon Musk engaging with others on X. There are many out there that believe that the timeline that was presented in the prospectus for Orbital Data Center, SpaceX said as early as 2028. Actually, we can see some pull forward on that. Again, linked to the tracking of Starship. Where do you sit in what's realistic near term?
All right, nice little rally up. Apple coming quickly up into Tuesday's highs. IWM hanging out the highs as well. IWM right at the highs of the day. Consolidating just below 300. Okay, Apple looks good. All right, SoFi is up quite a bit. I have June 2028 calls. Not 2027, 2028. Those are up quite a bit today. Home Depot's up a lot today. All right, so sticking with Home Depot, did pull back yesterday, but sticking with Home Depot, it's looking really sharp now. Okay.
And then you can have many, many of those in space. They demonstrated that they can do this. They have 10,000 LEO satellites. So we feel like it's a matter of time and execution before they can do that. The physics has been de-risked. You know, to the point about how it's getting harder and harder to do this, you know, on the ground. I think at a minimum,
Home Depot. All right, so looking for this to continue.
And I think there's a case that in the fullness of time, the economics actually get better than on the ground.
So the firm, Andreessen Horowitz, has been involved with Musk companies in different ways for about 6 years, in different ways being XXAI, the different financial transactions that took place. For you, how much was this IPO a referendum essentially on Musk himself, or how central to the face of this company do you see?
All right.
Elon is the centerpiece of all of those investment theses that we had in backing his companies. You know, he's been remarkable.
Home Depot looking good. All right, so Home Depot.
He takes a lot of pride in that, and we appreciate that as his partner. I think as it relates to, you know, the go forward, he's been very smart. He and Brett Johnson and the team at SpaceX have been very, very smart about capital allocation. Right. When they have done acquisitions, they have been remarkably strategic in terms of putting things together. First, putting X with XAI, which is very logical, and then obviously the fit of XAI and SpaceX together, is undeniable. So we expect that he'll continue to be very smart about capital allocation, take care of shareholders, and we appreciate that.
Where do you stand, David, then on the transaction that everyone continues to talk about, which is a future where Tesla merges with SpaceX? Is it rational to your mind?
I go back to the things that he's done in the past. And the things that he's done in the past is he's decided to do acquisitions of his companies or mergers of his companies when there is very strong strategic alignment and it makes business sense. So I wouldn't expect it to be an issue going forward. There's this broader idea.
Okay, Home Depot. Nice.
Growth stage, late private company staying private for longer, late stage growth. The investment thesis is still around the founder, the person at the top. I don't know whether you share that view of others, that even if you're talking in the tens, hundreds of billions of dollars of value, that value is assignable to an individual or a group of individuals.
Yeah.
Home Depot moving nicely now.
Actually in the public markets. So I think you can see this in Elon companies, certainly. I think you can see this, with Apple under Steve Jobs. I think you can see it with Meta under Mark Zuckerberg. But certainly in the private markets, this is a centerpiece of our investment theses when we're backing companies at any stage, at any size. I recently wrote a piece that basically said late stage venture, which is our asset class, is not about capital markets, it's about founders. Late stage venture is about founders and enabling them to think long term, make big decisions, and make big bets. And oftentimes they choose to do that in the private markets. And so, our asset class that we play in, it's about $5 trillion in size. It's grown 10x over the last 10 years. It's larger than the Russell 2000. It's almost 20% as large as the NASDAQ. So this has become a real asset class. And I think there's reasons that we should explore why
Just give the asset class the title, what would you call it?
late stage venture, late stage privates.
But where the value accrues.
Where the value accrues, and the centerpiece of the investment thesis is around the founder and the big decisions that the founder has to make.
It's a lot of key man risk to model for.
Yes, that's right. But I think the more important thing to model for is what can go right. Okay, we always ask ourselves, it's hard to imagine what can go right. And we even see this with mature companies. If you look back at the time when, the iPhone came out, if you look at the 2009 consensus analyst estimates for what Apple was going to do, and that in 2009 for the next 4 years, and fast forward 4 years, they actually beat those numbers by 3x. And that's probably the most covered company in the world. So we like to think with a great founder, with a technology trend on its back, what can go right? And, if you look at this last cycle that we've just gone through, pre-AI, this cycle of mobile phones, social, e-commerce, SaaS, cloud, all put together, the big story is that big trend added about 25 to 30 trillion in the market.
Okay, what's Uber doing? Nancy talking about her deal, buying some Uber. That's off the best levels of the session. Looking for these dips to get bought. Okay, see, Cerebras is making new lows here. Cerebras, no follow through.
New capital into new companies, with those existing investments in mind?
Yeah, look, our whole thesis is we want to be involved in the best companies at the earliest stage possible, and then continue to back them every step of the way as they make capital. Often that has been through late stage rounds in private markets.
Because you have a newer fund, right, which you can deploy capital out of.
We do. Yeah, we have our LSD5, Late Stage Venture Fund 5, as we call it. It's our fifth fund. It's about $7 billion fund that we're deploying out of currently. And we see a ton of really interesting opportunities. So, if you go back to the market that we're seeing, and just look at our portfolio at A16Z and our latest fund, our portfolio dollar weighted was growing over 100% year over year. If you compare that to the similar size companies in the public markets, those companies are growing about 20% year over year. So we put a huge premium on very fast growth, great founders, market leadership, and sort of building on the back of the big trends.
Also noting the cap tables look a bit different, like the mutual funds, private growth equity Equity. I'm David George from Andreessen Horowitz, Head of Growth and General Partner. Really grateful to have you on Bloomberg Tech. Thank you very much. Coming up, Cerebras reported its first ever quarterly earnings since going public. CEO Andrew Feldman's joining us. The stock is down 17%. There's a lot to unpack there. This is Bloomberg Tech.
One of the things I want to struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
The more data you have, the better service you can give your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way. Better of the same. It's not more of the same, it's better of the same.
Trading Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills.
All right, IWM off the highs of the day. IWM fading a little bit off the highs of the day. IWM. Okay.
You can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab. With a supply of wheat cattle at a 7-year low, many outfits are now importing wheat from Argentina and Brazil. At Riverbend Ranch, a special English cattle are born, raised, and processed in the USA. Riverbend Ranch, real American wheat.
SoFi looking good.
The end of jobs, the end of human struggle. We see the endless lines fueling the AI capital. While others follow the money, we follow the money.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors, like energy, can move with it. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping the House as of May 15th. Think that probability is too low? By yes, for 23 cents. Think it's too high? By no, for 74 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other candidate places. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers. Cerebras reported quarterly earnings for the first time since going public last month. Its sales outlook beat Wall Street estimates, but still disappointed investors, hoping to see the company carve out a bigger slice of the AI data center market. Right now, shares down 17.5%, its biggest drop in its quite short history as a public company. What's behind that? CEO Andrew Feldman's with us. Welcome back to Bloomberg Tech, Andrew. You know, there was a time where we would talk about the merits of top-to-tail server ownership, how owning all of the content. Now we're going to talk about margin contraction, and we're going to talk about the stock being down 17%. That to me is kind of the mismatch. The outlook on the sales side beat Wall Street estimates. I think a lot of people are trying to understand the sequential margin decline. And for me, that this is about ramping output for two big customers. Is that true?
Yeah, I think what we did is we put forward a plan in the start of 26. We shared it with investors as we went public, and we're ahead of plan. We delivered record revenues of $191 million, up 92% year over year. And for our cloud business, it was up 167% year over year. We beat margin consensus substantially, and then we guided for full year. The gross margins will be 10% better than planned. We also shared that in Q2 and Q3, we would go back to some of our customers and we would rent back gear that we've sold and we're trying to keep up with demand. And that would have a margin impact on the order 10 or 15 points. We did that to keep our customers close, to be sure we could keep up with their extraordinary demand for our product, for fast entrance. And so that was the story.
On every metric we put out, we're ahead of plan. Have the proceeds from the IPO actually allowed you to move more quickly in ramping up capacity? Yeah, I think capacity is the largest constraint right now for everyone. Data centers are, and we've significantly increased our ability and our pipeline for data centers, which is now very large. We announced a data center partnership with Bell Canada.
IWM pushing a bit higher. Okay, IWM trying to push up against that 300 level. Cerebras, new lows there, Cerebras. Markets are not liking semis lately. Uber, the Pelosi effect squeezing right now at the 75 level. Okay, what's moving right now? If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're coming into the 12 o'clock hour. It is Wednesday, June 24th. Builders First Source, big pop here. A lot of these related names, Home Depot, etc., are breaking higher on the back of President Trump comments. Builders First Source.
There's a global shortage. It's extremely expensive. Lead times are long. We don't use it. So we have a tremendous advantage there. The other constraints in the supply chain for many are CoWoS, which is a process inside of TSMC. Again, we don't use it. Right. And the third is capacity at the 3 nanometer node. That's space in TSMC's factory that makes 3 nanometer chips. Again, we don't use it. We're at the 5 nanometer node. So our architecture has allowed us to deliver the fastest inference in the world by an order of magnitude while avoiding the main supply chain constraints faced by others in the field. Can you say, hand on heart, not just winning business, but have you actually been able to go to a customer and say, we can get this compute online faster than others for those reasons you just outlined, and then actually gone and done it? Oh, for sure. I mean, any case studies? For example, we signed our contract with OpenAI on December 24th, and had them in full production on February 1st. That's unheard of. That's quick. Really quickly.
Okay, Uber, nice move through the 200-day, just off the highs of the session. Uber, little dip, watching for that to get bought. Apple continuation, looking good. Apple at the highs. We need that to break through 300. 300 is the call wall.
Of architectures for hardware. This market will not be consolidated around GPUs. There will be ASICs.
McDonald's, what's McDonald's doing? McDonald's bouncing off the low, triple bottom on McDonald's. All right, December calls on McDonald's. Okay. All right, AMD turning back up. AMD.
For compute much of the world around us, and that really wasn't the case prior to AI.
Andrew, if the world is simple and it's money that greases the wheels to get your industry going, can we see you come back to capital markets in some form just so you can move quicker?
we have more than $9 billion on the balance sheet. I think so. We're really pleased with our position there. But of course, we're always scanning.
Okay, what's Korea doing? EWY. Okay, hanging in there. EWY. 60-minute. Holding out near 196, 199. All right, this index is very heavily weighted technology, so we want to get this back above the 21-day. It dropped 10% yesterday. Shocked the markets. A lot of chips moved lower as a response.
That's how you feel good about both your ability to execute and your ability to predict your own execution. And so, we announced yesterday that we would beat our full year. We gave full year guidance that was 10 gross margin points above consensus.
All right, what is
continue to execute and continue to set extraordinarily high bars, and then continue to beat them.
Cerebra CEO Andrew Feldman, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Andrew alluded to it. Micron is the big one after the closing bell. Top line growth almost 300% year on year. Net income growth 1,200% year on year. The bar is very, very high. The market, it's very analogous to Nvidia, what we saw 2022 to 2025. Massive growth, but investors always wanting more. The stock's down 0.8% going into that print. Another stock we're watching today, US fast food chain Wendy's, surging as much as 42%. But wait,
all right, let's see what Discord. I don't have Discord on. Let me just get my Pulse running. All right, so Cerebras trying to bounce at the low, continues to move lower.
That does it for this edition of Bloomberg Tech. Recap everything on the podcast. You know where to find it online, Apple, Spotify, and iHeart, and all the Bloomberg platforms. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk. Our team of
IWM off the highs of the session. Futures off the highs of the session as well. Uber hanging out.
access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
But Taylor, one of the things I've always struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way.
We see crypto's $1 trillion swings. Others follow the noise. We follow the money.
Opportunities, but not without its challenges. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next?
DoorDash, we're looking for that to follow through as well. DoorDash with Uber. Okay, big move on DoorDash. Hit that 180 level. DoorDash, nice follow through.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
What is going on? Do we not have any Discord? Voice, Pulse.
We're tracking the key players, the major moves, and the capital flows shaping global markets. This is Bloomberg Deals. Bloomberg Deals, the only show dedicated to the corporate action reshaping markets. Coming up on today's show, as part of its push to compete with Nvidia, Qualcomm will buy the AI hardware company Modular. It's a $3.9 billion deal. Plus, a turning tide for SPACs. Our investment committee today is stacked with top experts in the space. Christine McNerney, Anna Pinedo, and Betsy Cohen. Will ask them why this year is already seeing a pickup in action. And later, the acquisition some Musk fans are holding out for. Will SpaceX ever buy Tesla? We'll bring you the latest Bloomberg reporting on that. But first, let's get to today's big news. Qualcomm said it's acquiring Modular for about $3.9 billion in stock Adding AI capability softwares and aiding its push into data centers. Bloomberg's Ryan Gold has been part of the team breaking that story. He joins us now. Ryan, great to see you. What's the thought behind this?
I think this is all about the push into inference. You and I have spoken a lot about the cost and the need to be efficient in terms of how you run models. This is essentially a platform that's going to help take the production, the training of models, and put them into live use. And how do you lower those costs? You increase efficiency, and this is through the software. This deal, $4 billion or so in stock, is going to give Qualcomm that crucial software layer that will crucially help it to compete with NVIDIA. This is really the competitive landscape. You want to compete on both the silicon as well as the software, and until now, really Qualcomm hasn't had that crucial software layer.
I wonder how significant it is that it's an all-cash.
Cerebra's turning up pretty aggressively here. CBRS turning up rather aggressively off to the low. Got a lot of work to do to get back above the 200 strike.
SpaceX, long dated, deep puts.
When you think about Grok, NVIDIA, Summon over Intel, Vista, I mean, you can clearly see that the demand is there, and there are only so few of these companies, and so it's really like, if we don't do this, someone else will, and I think Qualcomm sees that.
There's also the Broadcom OpenAI deal today, and Broadcom said that they have a chip that's, I think, about 50% cheaper, so it goes back to where you started this idea, like they're trying to get cheaper compute, cheaper access to this stuff, but how widespread is this cheaper access, where these companies are dreaming up these different deals? Is it still really isolated, and are companies still really scrambling to figure out how they can lower their costs?
I think so, and I think maybe this all goes back to a question, which is, given that we're still at the early innings here, like, you look at Uber driving through its budget. I mean, there are many other companies that see this too. It's where you have to get to a point where it starts to go down, not up. Because I think that if you go to a private equity family who's also trying to, like, integrate this kind of technology into their portfolio, how do you make sure that it's not starting to eat into your return? This is a crucially expensive business. I mean, we could live without it at this point, but
SPX
there's a bit of soul searching going on in terms of, both the efficiency as well as the how technical this technology is to run the business.
All right, SpaceX, SpaceX. Okay, a couple of days diddling with this level. We did as well yesterday in this area at the open yesterday. They were trading right on this area. What the hell's going on here? There we go. SpaceX. A lot of calls being bought. All right, the pre-market got up to 160 as well. So we're looking for this to turn the corner over the next couple of weeks and start trending higher highs, higher lows on SpaceX.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think one of the conversations I have most with investors is, what is the actual right multiple to pay for these companies? Typically at cyclical peaks, you start to see the multiples actually contract quite a bit down to like low, mid-single digits. And right now, I mean, if you look at the forward earnings, it's closer around 10%. So the question is really, is that the right multiple? Is that the multiple that investors actually want to pay for it? And do we see potentially more upward earnings revisions where that multiple maybe is actually closer to some mid-single digits or so? And then, how much longer does the cycle have to run, as you pointed out? Do we see the cycle run through 27 into 28?
Home Depot. Home Depot.
So to that point, and this is kind of what Ryan and I were talking about with the earlier deal, is how important it is to be able to get a cheaper cost of capital, to have access to capital itself. What does it mean for an SK Hynix to just bring in more money from the US listing?
I think the real benefit to SK Hynix is that it kind of reduces some of the capital outlays that they're planning in the future. But I don't think that they're really struggling for cash. I mean, if you look at the free cash flow they've generated,
0 DTE, call side.
If you assume the memory cycle is going to continue at least through this year and into next year as well, I don't think they're going to be struggling for
cash. So I think really the idea of bringing in some additional capital is when they do plan to expand capacity, maybe in the next down cycle, do they burn cash? It's possible, right? Because that's what we've seen in the past. So, if they bring in, I think it was around 29 point something billion, it basically just
Micron pulse.
expand the capacity by that amount and no longer have to worry about that.
Yeah, Home Depot is a something that Rick used to talk about a lot when he was still here with us. A hurricane season starts, late May. Actually, tornado season starts in May, right? For those of you who are storm chasers out there. Tornadoes start in May, and then we got June, July, August, September, October for hurricane season. That repeats every year. We usually get a rally out of Home Depot. Okay.
Zero DTE, call sign. Size.
The survey, by the way, finds that 2/5 of LPs expect increased use of these continuation vehicles, even when traditional exits pick up once again. Yeah, what they call creative liquidity solutions. Talking to town at Superturn a couple of weeks ago, along the Scott Simon of Apollo saying some people are going to have to capitulate just for the reasons that you were pointing out. Scarlett, thank you so much. Now, one fund that is not struggling at all to raise money. Sources telling Bloomberg that Abu Dhabi's MGX raised nearly $50 billion to accelerate spending on AI infrastructure and tech. The fund is ranked as one of the biggest AI investment vehicles ever. Bloomberg's Jenny Serrain joins us now. Jenny, great reporting from the team. What exactly is the plan with this giant haul they've brought in?
Yeah, so this is one of the main vehicles that Abu Dhabi is using to go out and invest in AI. And so this is, an Emirate-wide push to kind of be the main investors in this technology. So they've got a plan. That plan will see them investing $10 billion a year over the next decade.
Amazon Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Zero DTE, call sign. Size.
Massive sovereign wealth funds that kind of go out and invest the very PE firms that Scarlett was just talking about. In this, you see them actually kind of flipping that narrative. Institutional investors that they've gone back. And they're actually saying, no, bring it back.
Okay, Apple's still trending. All right, IWM off the high of the day. We're looking for Cerebras to reverse and move higher. Its chips are much faster than NVIDIA's, so I'm surprised people aren't talking about that more. Actually, I'm not surprised, but yeah, so there's that. I keep thinking about $200 for an IPO. Is it worth it type of thing, I'd like to look at their earnings a little closer. Yeah, Home Depot would be a swing, probably going to be a swing into late summer, Bill. What I'll do is I'll roll those 350s up, maybe do a calendar. Home Depot, 330, 350. Those are doing well. All right, so getting close to 350 would be nice. Home Depot. Okay, let's switch here. Let me go. S&P, nice bounce at the 50-day. I do have put spreads. That's a hedge. It's not a trade. So if I lose on the hedge, that's fine. I want to be protected because 95% of what I have or more is long exposure, and I don't want to be blindsided by any kind of move below the 50-day, if that were to happen, like what happened with the Kospi index over in South Korea. That dropped 10% yesterday. No one's expected that. Or Monday, I should say. Monday. And then into Tuesday, everything else dropped. So 10% move on an index is a lot. Imagine a 10% move in the S&P 500. That would sting. That would definitely sting. All right, so Microsoft's turning back up. Microsoft looks like it's trying to build the base. So if you're eager to jump into Microsoft, I would give it more time. See what it did over here? This is, I hate to use the term literally because it bugs me, but I'm literally looking for this kind of price action, a little bounce like we're seeing now, and price action to move sideways for a few days before taking off to the upside on increasing volume. All right, so this is early. Microsoft could still fail and drop off and test 355 first. That's what I'm looking for. Same thing over here. You know, we got a little rally, started to go, and then boom, went higher. Not happening yet. The 921.50 are all above. 200 days way up here. Okay, 10-year yield is lower. That's a big deal. The 10-year below 4.4 is what, if you recall, on Monday I said that we'd like to see this below 4.4%. Okay, you can quote me for saying it. I know I said it on Monday. If this gets below 4.4%, and I also said it in the weekend video, if it got below 4.4%, that's where I'd be very happy. And the consequence is IWM is higher, and so is tech. All right, so the 10-year yield lower has an impact at like a tailwind. If you look at the weekend watch list, I talk about that too. Anything lower, 10-year lower, IWM, tech higher. Okay, and if tech, you saw what tech did yesterday with the 10-year yield when it bounced, right? It gapped up on Monday, Tuesday, and then it rolled over. So this is perfect. This is exactly what, and I want to see this run the lower Bollinger Band. Ideally, that would be great. Okay.
SPX pulse, long dated.
Become the second biggest company of its kind in the U.S. This month, it announced a $6.3 billion acquisition of Clean Earth, a transaction that will double its footprint in the U.S. hazardous waste sector. One of the leaders behind this deal, or the leader behind this deal, we should say, is Veolia CEO Estelle Brachlianoff, and her company operates in more than 50 countries, giving her the perfect vantage to look at the big picture. And Estelle, I'm so pleased to say, joins us now. Estelle, great to see you. I remember you and I had actually talked in January just about how much of your world was changing because of AI. When it comes to hazardous waste and expanding there, is that an AI play of like some of the hazardous waste that's coming off some of these data centers?
No, you're partially right. It's a double growth play actually. The Clean Earth acquisition, which is a large.
How about Messi beating out Maradona? Most goals scored during the World Cup. That's pretty wild. No one had beat Maradona in a long time. Finally, Messi did it. Okay, looks good.
0 DTE, call side. Size, 0 DTE, call strip.
Bonds.
And we have big ambitions for AI, as you can imagine.
What are other big ambitions that sound?
So for AI is a two-side coin for us. How do we use it to be more efficient, and how is it a business opportunity to develop our
Okay, looks good. Oh boy, hope everyone's having a good day.
This is semiconductor industry as well as data centers. We've signed a few, deals already with the big, semiconductor company in the world, in Asia, in the US, and elsewhere, as well as with the data centers, because they all are highly demanding in resource. Everybody thinks about power, but they all need a lot of water. Veolia is a leader in water technologies worldwide. And they all are facing the same challenges with regards, acceptability and local acceptability.
Yeah,
So
there's
get the permit.
there's been a lot of pushback on that, and I think some of the data and your estimates highlight about why there's been pushback. Again, you pointed out by 2030, the amount of water that these hyperscalers and chip fabs are going to be consuming is as much water as 46 million people.
Smart ass.
Moving fast enough to address what might be and is likely the coming public backlash to that.
And that's already what those companies have faced. Last year alone, there was $156 billion of project canceled or stopped or frozen because of lack of permitting and planning. And that's partially due to the lack of access to resources. But we have some solutions to make them more sustainable at Veolia, such as recycle wastewater, for instance, reuse wasted heat to provide in a very affordable way to the local communities, and overall to make
SpaceX,
them more
long
accessible
dated,
to the local communities.
deep calls.
That's exactly why we have great ambition in this segment.
When it comes to corporate transformation, Estelle, along with this deal when it comes to clean energy, you've also planned, clean earth rather, you're also planning to sell about 2 billion euros worth of non-core assets in the next 2 years. Which geographies, which businesses, what are you thinking about what's on the chopping block at the moment?
So overall, you're right, Veolia's portfolio, we are a 50 billion turnover company, Fortune 500, moving very fast to transform our portfolio towards more innovative and tech driven, as well as more international footprint company. That's why we've invested in the US in hazardous waste with Steelers, and we're selling the less growing fast type of activity, which are less interesting and less value added in a way. So this is massive. 3 billion
Micron pulse, long dated, deep calls, deep puts.
Why am I not surprised? That's no surprise there.
Right. No, it certainly is. It's been really interesting to watch. Where do you find the most receptive audience or buyer for the things you're looking to spin?
That's funny. I think the Lord every single day when I think about my son, that he's a good kid, that he would never do something like that. When you have two parents around, a lot of times, the kids are a lot more disciplined. They don't do stupid things. My parents split up when I was a kid, so I'm lucky my kid isn't doing that. All right, so what's that? What are you looking at? Sundog. Sundog. What's he looking at? SoFi? Okay. SOFI, SoFi.
And the interest for the assets we sell, usually they are good assets.
Mm-hmm.
We're just not going as fast as where we think we could have the most value added. They could be private.
Look at stochastic.
And delivering on our business plan and creating value for our shareholders as well.
By the way, in terms of buying the right stuff, I should correct myself. I think I might have said the deal was for $6 billion. It's $3 billion. You didn't overpay for it. It was half of what I said. It's $6 billion or more than $6 billion in overall revenue. That
$6 billion. Yeah, you were right. There was a $6 billion in our press release. So $3 billion is the proceeds. But we already have a $6 billion footprint in the US. This is probably worth the two figures flat.
Thank you for clarifying that. And look, and this also just highlights, yes, you're doubling down on the US, but you are a multinational CEO. You operate in over 50 countries, and the macro backdrop is complex right now. How are you dealing with rising fuel prices, with supply chains that continue to be interrupted? Where is that hitting your business, and how are you dealing with it?
Actually, we are very protected against a lot of supply chain difficulties and even tariff when there was a big discussion on tariff. And why is that so? Because we are really a multi-local company, so we really are embedded in the local communities as
SpaceX,
well as
long dated, deep.
Yeah, we need stochastics, Jeff. We need stochastics to turn up like it was more aggressive in the beginning of the week. We had this nice run. But it's looking pretty good. A 9 to 21 day are all above the 50-day, though. That said, SoFi.
Inflation as well, because we have some pricing power. What we do for our customer is well respected and actually critical needs. So the word critical here in today's multi-crisis move is
All of the moving averages are now above the 50-day. It's a slow mover. 50-day is flat.
Zero DTE, call side, size.
Coming up, another wave of redemption requests hit private credit managers. We're going to hear there's 2 times the ways to cap investor.
Yeah, it just means it's going to take a long time to get the hell out of this dip. Okay, so, it's afternoon. Let me switch channels here and listen to what is Wapner on today? Okay.
Intel Pulse, shenanigans. Zero DTE.
Okay, Intel, we're looking for that to turn back up.
Size.
Business is remarkably strong. The health insurance business.
Okay, Cerebra's turning up.
I strongly disagree with
CBRS is turned up. SpaceX looks good.
Intel Pulse, shenanigans.
Major housing bill that Trump was supposed to be signing basically right now that would have unlocked housing affordability, supply, put some caps on how major investors
Zero
are going to be able to
DTE,
own single-family
call
homes.
size.
President Trump tweeted on Truth Social earlier today that he was going to cancel that until Congress made some progress on a voter ID bill. Now we have reaction from the 2 top Republicans in Congress. Speaker Mike Johnson saying that Trump, he does expect him to sign the bill within the next 10 days. And remember, that is actually about the amount of time. If President Trump doesn't sign the bill, it will go ahead and automatically become law as long as he doesn't veto it. Also spoke with Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who said that it was President Trump's call to make whether or not to sign the bill today. But he said that the housing bill was a great bill, that it was important for affordability, which is going to be incredibly key for Republicans if they want to maintain both the House and the Senate as they go into November's midterms. Now, we know that the president is on his way to the Capitol right now for a meeting with Senate Republicans. We do expect that to have a couple tensions in it, certainly with this
God, I absolutely hate these games that are constantly being posted.
Voter ID, dealing with the head for the Director of National Intelligence, and a number of other issues where you are seeing major gaps between Senate Republicans and the president. Scott?
Well, because you've had on numerous occasions, as we know, Emily, top Senate Republicans telling the president as to the Save America so-called, the so-called Save America Act, that they don't have the votes. And that doesn't appear that as the football has really moved much, despite, the president not wanting to sign this or other legislation that's come before him because of this issue in and of itself.
You're absolutely right, Scott. One thing that we did hear from Speaker Johnson today was he said, look, there is potentially a way to get certain parts of this voter ID, the Save America Act bill, done via reconciliation. Johnson said that he was going to sit down with the president, was going to maybe talk through some potential options here. It sounds like he thinks that he can do that within the next week if he thinks that President Trump's going to sign this within the next 10 days. But again, even if Johnson has a plan, there's a huge difference between having a plan to potentially get something done and actually going forward, given that really there is not a lot of momentum in the Senate to try and move through another giant bill when there's so much else that has to be done before the end of the year. And quite frankly, if you look at the congressional calendar, so little time.
Okay, Emily, thanks for the update there. Emily Wilkins on the Hill. Up next, the boat is the new moat. That's a big call today on the travel stock. tell you where one top analyst sees the best opportunities right now. We're back after this.
Okay, SpaceX, just keep going. Cerebrus coming up to the 100 period, it looks like. Is that what that is? A change of pace here, a change of direction, potential change of trend, CBRS to be more accurate. This looks very uniform, like a buy program is nibbling away. CBRS. Okay, turning back up. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday. We don't have any FOMC or anything today, right? Let me just check the news. I don't think so. I don't think we have anything like that today. Let's see. Let me refresh this. Okay, what's today? No. We got, okay, Bank of America. Is this today? June 24th, 2 o'clock p.m. We don't have any FOMC, nothing, no beige book or anything, right? All right, Trump is attending a Senate lunch at 1 o'clock. All right, so that should be interesting. 1 p.m. Trump. There's also a 5-year note auction. At 1 o'clock. Bank of Canada meeting minutes at 1:30. All right, so there's, let's see. He's talking about NATO. Secretary General, 15:30.
We got near 500-point gain on the Dow, 52,151. Let's do some calls of the day. Deutsche today, and cyber has been really strong lately. Deutsche goes to 725. They're hold on it, but they had 670. What's up with this comeback in these names? Fairly volatile space over the course of this year, but a nice ramp recently.
You're seeing a lot of the cloud services utilizing these cybersecurity companies. AWS is example here with CrowdStrike. Then it was reflected in really good earnings across the board for the cybersecurity names. That spending intentions continue on the part of CFOs as it relates to security software. So it's been the one sub-industry, if you would, within the software universe that has obviously remained remarkably resilient. As it relates specifically to CrowdStrike, their balance sheet continues to improve. S&P just upgraded them. They are now sitting at investment grade. Let's also keep in mind they have a 4-for-1 stock split. The date of record is June 25th, I believe. It'll begin trading.
Okay, Microsoft at the low. So yeah, I've resolved to the idea that I'm not going to bite on Microsoft until I see a definite base and volume coming in that shows that it's ready to turn up. I'm not going to bite. As it is, the market's pretty edgy, given what happened with the Kospi index over in Korea yesterday. Here's CRBX. You know, dropping 10%. Can you imagine the S&P dropping 10%? That's the equivalent of the S&P 500 over there. I think it's the 200 or the 300 Kospi. Heavily weighted towards tech.
for me, it's Airbnb, it's Expedia, it's Delta, it's UAL.
Well, they like
CBRS
also
watching.
and Expedia and Booking.
It's Royal Caribbean, and then also you're seeing today finally some really positive momentum in Uber. I think there's a strong effect from the World Cup here in the United States, and just as you mentioned before, oil prices coming down.
But you're not mentioning Nancy. Joe T. Talked about everything else but Nancy.
Those are the names that I would focus
I don't know. Every time we get a bounce in these semiconductors, they get sold. So be careful with the semiconductors if you have much.
YouTube has settled a lawsuit brought by a miner who claimed the platform damaged his mental health. Financial terms were not disclosed, but the settlement does come ahead of a second California trial on social media's role in the youth mental health crisis. In the first trial, YouTube and Meta's Instagram were found negligent by intentionally designing platforms to be addictive to young people. Now that YouTube has settled, the second trial is set to begin next month with Meta, TikTok, and Snap as the remaining defendants. A federal judge, meanwhile, issued a nationwide order blocking immigration agents from making arrests inside immigration courts. The judge said officials violated a key statute governing the process and called the decision-making process, quote, arbitrary and capricious. And finally, the Postmaster General, David Steiner, told lawmakers today that the agency has a broken business model and needs help from Capitol Hill.
NVIDIA turning back down.
The USPS is out of cash and it's borrowing from employee retirement funds to continue operations. The Postal Service has reported net losses of $120 billion since 2007. Scott, back over to you.
Okay, Kate, thank you. It's Kate Rooney. Up next, Santoli with his midday word.
DoorDash breaking out, looking good. Looking for that to follow through. DoorDash and Uber, I want to say hand in hand, but DoorDash was moving higher before Uber got the news. Before we got the news that Uber was being bought up by the Pelosi's. Okay, so look at Uber on the weekly time frame. Look at the 50% retracement. They always buy deep in the money calls, so I'd be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised to see if they bought something like the 60s or the 55s. If we look at the open interest on Uber, I don't know what month they bought Uber. Let's take a look. You know what? Let me just check. Maybe ChatGPT. Maybe Gemini can identify. Can you identify what strikes and expiration the Pelosi's bought?
Q's Pulse.
Uber.
Long dated. Deep calls.
Uber. UBER. According to the latest periodic transaction report filed on June 23rd, which was just yesterday, via her husband, Paul disclosed a long-dated bullish position in Uber. She bought the March 19, 2027, 200 contracts of the 50 strike. So what do they say? They're probably going to be deep in the money, and they bought the 50 strike. There you go. All right, so a very smart move there. Deep in the money tends to work a lot better, less of an issue with Theta, Vega, Delta, etc. Well, Delta is, pretty deep, so you get like 1-for-1 move. And at some point, they will take profits and they'll convert their profits into shares. They did that with NVIDIA and with a bunch of other stocks.
0 DTE.
They have a good track record.
Size.
So I don't know what Mr. Pelosi does. As far as professionally speaking, I'm not sure what he did or does, if he's retired or whatever, but he's a really good options trader, good investor. So the 50 strike call for next year. Okay, so Uber, let me go look at that. Uber for next year, 2027. What did we say? We said the 50 strike for March 19 of 27. Okay. 200 contracts.
Back senior markets commentator and overtime
50.
co-anchor Mike Santoli joins us now with his midday word.
$2,800 per contract.
And we look ahead to Micron.
For sure, yeah. I mean, the market is trying to rebalance itself away from the
SPX
over-reliance on the high
long
momentum
dated.
semi-trade, trying to do it in a way that's, kind of benign and holds the indexes in decent support. It's working so far. It does strike me, though, the velocity of some of the other moves that have been triggered. I mean, whether it's the home builders or some of the other consumer names you guys were just talking about, it feels as if, WTI crude trading for a minute below $70 a barrel seemed like it unleashed something there. You've kind of reconnected the decline in treasury yields with that.
All right, futures continue to move back.
Move into non-tech areas maybe that have been underexploited. So we'll see if it works. I still think there's hurdles.
Zero
You guys have been talking
DTE.
about it
Call
exactly
sign.
in the NVIDIA
Size.
graph of exactly what, let's say,
SPX
6
So the
quarters away
50, the 50 is 89 delta.
And then,
Zero
we
DTE.
got
Call
the
sign.
Russell rebalance on
Size.
Friday. You do have month-end quarter and next week. I think it should create a little bit of a headwind to some equity allocation. So I think there are things out there with, along with a raging dollar to the upside
Zero
that maybe are going to
DTE.
keep things
Call
unsettled,
sign.
but you wouldn't know it by
Size.
looking at the action today, really.
What do you make of some of the discretionary stuff? Obviously oil's basically back to where it was, or certainly close before this whole thing started. If yields have maybe peaked, that's all bullish for that trade. It has to be, right?
Well, it is. I think that what I'm hesitating about is that it seems a little bit forced and hurried in the moment. I get it. The logic is there. They've been laggard areas of the market. You're getting a little bit more, kind of excuse to say that there's tailwinds that are going to continue on rates. It just feels like you didn't have good home building data. To me, KBH was okay, and yet the builders are ripping. And I don't think it's because of this bill that's been passed, which is kind of cosmetic stuff. So to me, I'm sort of respectful of it without buying into it as being a real trend change.
All right, I'll see you in a couple hours as we get closer to Micron and we discuss it further then. Mike, thank you. Mike Santoli coming up. The metals meltdown. How about gold? Fresh lows for the year.
Cerebrus.
You guys have a lot to say about it. You'll hear it next.
Zero DTE. Calcified. Size.
All right, we need to get it back above that 200 put wall. Maybe we do it in the afternoon session. It'd be really positive if we can get institutions to buy. They would generally buy in the evening session. So Cerebrus is down here. If they start buying, we'll see it. Doesn't mean they will, but as we planned yesterday, if we were breaking above that 250 call wall, we would start to look for higher highs and higher lows. Below the 200 put wall, we need to reassess. Right now, I'm just still in the reassessment mode, determining whether or not this is going to slide along the lower Bollinger Bands and just continue to move lower or what, so. SpaceX, meanwhile, caught a bit earlier. That pulled back from the high of the day. All right, so IWN's pulling back. Everything's pulling back at the moment. Okay.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
IWM is hanging out at 298.75.
NBIS, long dated, deep calls.
S&P continues to fade.
Size.
We had started the trend there briefly and then rolled over. So this could be a larger doji sideways price action. Okay, fading from the high of the day. This is not what we want to see. We want to see a close in the upper half of the daily range. Stochastics. Notice stochastics has rolled over. So this is telling us to look for closes in the lower half of the daily range as it's pointing lower.
You guys were talking about it in the break, like, hey, see what's happening with gold. So this was an amazing trade. Yep. What do we do with it now if you have it?
I've been looking to sell it. You know, I didn't.
You have the GLD.
Yeah, I have the GLD, correct. And look, I still think there's pretty good downside in GLD and significant downside.
They're talking gold.
One of those things where
Yeah, gold has been lower.
you not feel so bad about selling it on downslope and
50-day overhead rolled over.
But it's
weekly.
It's not been a good performer. That's obvious. But
Yeah, you imagine a 50% retracement from the 2022 lows. That'd be somewhere around 3,200.
Is a name that I bought in early June. We didn't get to it yesterday. I sold out of it, and I think that was the right move. Yep. Stock was at a
NVIDIA
high here in
pulse,
June 17th.
long dated,
Had a very fast reversal, and it's been commodities oriented. It's been gold.
Very choppy free put.
It's been base metals as well. You're also seeing copper, which is rolling over.
IWM off the highs of the session. IWM just shy of that 299. 300 level. Okay, so we're still hanging in this area. This is probably just going to keep trending. Just have to buy the dips. As long as the 10-year yield is moving lower. As long as the 10-year continues lower, that would be good.
It was a momentum trade for January of this year. And spiked in January. Make no mistake, the gold trade began when Russia invaded Ukraine and the dollar got weaponized. So it had been propped up and slowly grinding higher because all the central banks were buying it, namely China. That started to dissipate because of the war. They needed to make money available to cover the oil issues. I think as the war de-escalates, gold can probably find its footing a little bit better, but it's going to be a frustrating long for the next few months.
And China needs dough. Let's not forget their economy is in the tank, so they need to raise cash.
What about inflation-related hedges and things like that? If you're thinking about higher inflation, more sticky for a little bit longer, irrespective of what the Fed does or doesn't do about it.
You know, it's kind of interesting because I've looked at it versus inflation versus rates, and I'd say it's an unpredictable hedge in that regard.
All right, SpaceX fading again. Can't seem to get away from this 155 strike.
In July of
0 DTE.
I don't see any reason why it can't reset at least near to that level. That's my concern. So I'm likely to sell it in the next few days. But right now, I'm stuck with it.
This time of day, we're looking for dips here and there. S&P continues to fade. Okay, all of these strikes are centered around the middle of the screen. There's no resistance and support overhead that was noteworthy. Net open interest. Yeah, there's not a whole lot in here. Down here at 73.60 is okay. Overhead 74.50.
I would have to say the one word would be exceptionalism. In many respects, our entire nation is built upon this spirit, this exceptionalism. When our founding fathers put forth the Constitution that we all live by today, they knew that entrepreneurship and business was going to be important. And many people don't realize they put the concept of patents into the Constitution. So patents were part of the fabric of our nation. President Lincoln said about patents that they provide the fuel of interest to the fire of genius. That was what America was built on, taking on the impossible and making it possible.
All right. Markets are just kind of listless, moving sideways. It's headed back down to the morning lows. S&P. We're above the 50-day moving average. I do have put flies. I only have 5 for now. I'll add to these if it looks like it's going to start to lose the 50-day. I started adding yesterday. They were 270 each fly. Centered around 725, 700, and 675 on the SPY. Okay, so this is the S&P 500 cash, obviously. So SPY, okay, 725 is the first wing that it would encounter. 700 is the center of the butterfly. 675 is the outer wing, much lower. I don't expect it to get anywhere near that. Maybe close to 625 if we lose the 50-day. Again, this is just a hedge, just in case the markets pull back, because I have quite a few longs I'm basically protecting. I'd like to get up to about 20 of these, 20, 25 of these. But I'm not going to do it if we bounce. So anyway, let's see what's going on here. 12:48. All right, so I'll wait for these guys to finish up. Halftime report. IWM is just off the highs of the session.
Join us on Thursday, June 25th at 7 p.m. Eastern here on Schwab Network.
NBRX, long dated, deep calls.
Sometimes you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Tom White in for Diane King Hall. Before we get to a breakdown on AMD, let's take a look at where markets stand, because we have given up some of those gains. The NASDAQ 100 actually in negative territory now. The S&P still up just over 0.3%. The Dow up 0.8%. NASDAQ 100 now down fractionally, and the Russell 2000 small caps still leading to the upside, up 1%. But we have started to parse some of those earlier gains from when we started the show. All right, let's get into a discussion on our next stock. That's AMD. This stock's up over 140% so far in 2026, outpacing some of the other names in the chip space. Let's welcome in George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent, here to help us break this one down. George, the valuation on AMD getting pretty hyped up here, but this has become a CPU discussion, and people kind of maybe pushing away from the hype of GPUs, but AMD has done pretty well this year.
They have. I think, this has been a transformative year in terms of the technology verticals for
Zero DTE,
and we talk
call
about this
sign.
quite often, that if you think about, GPU technologies, they're really parallel-based computing technologies for large language learning, and we're now moving in terms of the computational demands towards agentic AI. In other words, inferential data needs and processing needs based on tokens or word queries, if you will. And that's where CPU demand has actually accelerated this year and is expected to continue to accelerate. And AMD is in the forefront of CPU technologies. They don't necessarily have the foundry business that Intel has. And that's actually sort of a panacea for Intel, but also sort of a curse in the sense that that business for Intel is a drag on their CPU business. But nonetheless, both these names this year have done extremely well because they're locked into not only the PC ecosystem, but the server and data center ecosystem. And the CPU core technologies now being bound together for inferential demand is a big thing. And we know that this build-out is still continuing, and AMD is in the forefront of this. If you look at some of the analysts, too, they're looking at valuations, and we'll talk about that in a sec, but the UBS raised their price target on AMD to $670 from $450 455. So that's a meaningful increase. They maintain a buy rating because they see the outlook is still more positive considering the CPU rack gains and adoption for their technologies across the server scale platforms and data centers. They also see the multi-core density. I think what's happening too this year is we're seeing the connection of multiple technologies
Zero
together.
DTE.
CPUs,
Call
GPUs,
sign.
just look at the
Size.
Rubin platform that NVIDIA is going to be launching in the back half of this year. So essentially, with faster connectivity of technologies, you can actually stack more cores together and get more yield out of it with lower loss and, of course, lower heat dissipation, if you will. And that's essentially what we're seeing across the board in technologies this year. But the other thing is that, the traditional workloads that are needed by CPUs are in high demand, and software as well. If you combine together the software
Intel
AMD has, it's
Shenanigans.
vertical,
0
demands
DTE.
and
Call
CPUs
sign.
relative to GPUs this year. And again, you can see this happening because just looking at NVIDIA's performance this
Intel
year,
Pulse.
it's up,
Long
but it's
dated.
not up that much
Deep
relative
calls.
to
Shenanigans.
AMD and Intel, which are locked into CPUs. But keep in mind that Vera Rubin platform, which is expected to launch for NVIDIA in the back half of this year, will include the vertical integration of CPUs along with GPUs and switching technologies.
We'll continue to watch this story develop because on a valuation basis, NVIDIA actually pretty low right now compared to AMD and Intel in this space. All right, George, appreciate it. That's George Sellers, Senior Markets Correspondent here, helping us break down the moves in AMD. I mentioned 141% gains this year, 273% gains over the last 12 months on this one. So, Kev, I looked at a strategy that gives you some upside exposure, but it's a neutral to bearish type strategy, but you've got a nice cushion to the upside before you start getting hurt. The stock did just recently pull back from all-time highs of $562.99, and that was just a couple days ago. So keep that in mind. So I looked at something that's neutral to slightly bearish, but gives you some room to the upside in the July 10th weekly cycle. So not really long-term positioning on this one. You got 16 days to expiration, where I'm going to buy an unbalanced call butterfly that actually gives me a credit. So going out to the July 10th weekly options, buying one of the 550 strike calls, then against it, sell two of the 560 strike calls, and then buy one of the 600 strike calls. So as a package on this unbalanced call butterfly, you're going to collect a credit. We've got $5.30 on here. That's about where it's trading right now. So $5.30 credit. What does that mean? Well, anything below the 550 strike, where the stock is currently trading about 516, and all you do is get to keep that credit that you collected. But you can see here from the risk profile, you get that little kicker right at that short strike at the 560 level, which is just below those recent all-time highs. And by collecting that 530 credit, it takes your break even up to 575.30 to the upside on here. So you've got plenty of room to the upside, basically about $50 to the upside on this one. Max profit about 15.30, and that's at or near that 550 strike. And max loss about 24.70 on this one, Kevin. That's all the way above 600. So it's almost like
0
bearish,
DTE.
Kevin.
Call
But at the
sign.
same time,
Size.
if the stock continues to move higher, you actually get into a bigger profitability range.
Yeah, another variation on the butterfly spread, right? This is an unbalanced butterfly, something we talk about a lot on this show, but it's a one that would prefer very little movement, right? What happens if nothing happens? A lot of times when you do an unbalanced butterfly, you need movement. This doesn't, right? You're selling a big call vertical. You're selling the 560, 600 call vertical against the $10 call vertical, right? So it's the opposite of what we've been doing, but you collect a big credit, and this is profitable if nothing happens, Tom. If it creeps towards 560,
0
even
DTE.
better.
Call
But
sign.
this is
Size.
one that you can make a case is bearish, even though it's a call butterfly on the upside, Tom. So yeah, it's a different variation on the butterfly spread.
Yep, and as I mentioned, about $50
0
to that upside
DTE.
break even
Call
before you
sign.
start feeling some pain.
Size.
on this one. So yeah, 3 scenarios where your profit goes lower, stays right here, goes a little bit higher. Just wanted to stay below 575 on this unbalanced call butterfly. All right, that's going to wrap up Fast Market for us today. Stick around right here in the Schwab Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
Live insights, actionable data, and market-moving analysis. Schwab Network connects the headlines to the why in real time. Watch free 24/7 at schwabnetwork.com.
So what is unique about Schwab coaching is the community.
There's a lot of energy, like-minded people are learning with you.
You can just see and feel all the excitement around getting to learn a new topic.
Some of you want to get everything face to face with you and 400 or 500 of your closest friends.
Some clients like to be in the privacy of their own home on an online workshop, but still having that live interaction with the coach.
As I'm talking, questions are coming in from that live audience, and they help me fill in those gaps as an educator. People learn differently, but all those ways we actually teach it all come back to the point of making a difference and helping you make progress.
And so that means not just giving you theory, it means giving you the practical implementation using our platforms.
So we want it to be fun, we want it to be informative, and most of all, we want you to walk away with a skill set and independently be successful in achieving your goals. Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in
SPX
sales based on their
long
guidance, not the
dated.
same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran practice, and trusted financial journalists, streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen,
Micron Pulse,
anywhere,
long
free.
dated.
SchwabNetwork.com.
Shenanigans.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing. I'm Jenny Horn alongside Alex Coffey. And as we do check in on markets here, we are seeing a bit of a different session than yesterday, which was hugely characterized by, of course, the tech pullback, the tech wreck, if you will. But today, we are still seeing that NASDAQ has somewhat been opening strong, then we sort of faded. And I cannot necessarily even say that it was a strong open. It was just more of a muted open, but now pulling back about 0.2%. Well, we are firmly higher in the other 3 of the 4 major averages.
Yeah, it is a back and forth type of a session, Jenny. We've had the NASDAQ up well over 200 points at one point. We've had it down well over 100 points at other points throughout the day. I've seen the S&P go from being up 10 to 20 minutes later being up 50. You look at some of these names that we'll discuss throughout today's show, names like Micron that have such an importance to the market at the moment. terms of correlation, in terms of beta, in terms of being in the spotlight in the case of Micron because of earnings, but they have really been the momentum drivers for this marketplace for the better part of the last quarter, under pressure for the second straight day. So you look at memory down in the day, you look at S&P momentum down in the day, the semiconductor SOX index down in the day. If you didn't have a pretty nice day out of Amazon, pretty nice day out of Alphabet today, might be pretty firmly red, but for now, S&P pretty comfortably green.
Yeah, it is. And I will say that you're making a good point. Because earlier we at least had some more broad participation of the Max 7, although NVIDIA has been pretty consistently lower today. But Tesla also down another 0.8%. Netflix lower, Microsoft, Meta. I mean, so a lot of this right across some of these tech titans or heavyweights, if you will. But speaking to a name that is seeing, I mean, some substantial pressure today, that's what we're seeing with Cerebras, which is down now about 16%. So it's been a while since we've been able to discuss one of these hugely volatile swings post earnings, which is the case for this stock here.
From tax policy.
Zero DTE, call side.
Concern
Size.
about the source of inflation, the way to address it is with the balance sheet, not with rate policy. Because when talking about rate policy, conditions are actually tight, as evidenced by things that are going on in the housing market. And I'm not just focused on the demand side of the housing market and mortgage rates, but housing developers, right, who of course take out short-term loans based on the financing.
For 1 second, let's show the XHB today. It's up 6%. And is that on the back of the drop in the 10 yield? I mean, it's one thing if you say, okay, it's up 1, 2, it's up 3%. It's up almost 6 right now.
Yeah, no, and that's 100% what's happening today is a bit of a rethink. I presume it's people coming around to my way of thinking about all this and others that the Fed has really no intention of raising the policy rate, that if they really do need to address inflation, they would more likely address the balance sheet. But the broader issue, Kelly, from my perspective is if the Powell Fed is going to integrate market pricing into their forecast.
Zero DTE,
This is a chart I published in my weekly last week. You've got the break-even inflation curve from 1 year all the way up through almost 10 years below where it was when they started easing in September. So the markets are telling you
Zero
this was a
DTE,
transitory price
size.
level shift for energy and there.
2.8% is kind of the implied inflation rate over the next 10 years, which is all of our viewers can see on that chart there, is lower now than it was a few months ago.
That's exactly right. And lower than it was almost at any major inflection point in the entire Trump presidency. So you look at that and you say, well, the market's moved on from this inflation risk, so should the Fed. And by the way, I think it's super notable this week that we've had almost no Fed.
DoorDash, watching DoorDash here.
Speak to Goolsby, and he can't help himself. He's always had
I'm not sure if we can talk about that one, but yes. But Barry, just to be clear, so do you buy into this hypothesis that by
Hypothesis.
I don't know, by
Zero
casting a
DTE,
shadow
call
on actually
side.
being dovish,
Size.
that Porsche is going to succeed in bringing down the long end, but also getting rate cuts?
Kevin Warsh and Treasury Secretary Bessent were left with a really difficult situation from Powell and from Yellen. A lot of the financing that's taking place, over 30% is being done in the front end, even though the Treasury
Zero DTE, call
Advisory Committee suggests
size.
it should be more like 15 to 20. Warsh was left with a portfolio of securities with a weighted average maturity of nearly 9 years, when outstanding treasuries are more like 5.4, and he wants to unwind that. It's going to be difficult to unwind, but I actually think by the time that he gets to start that process, the market's going to be relieved by it, and yeah, the back end will remain under control. We're not having the push in long-term rates this year had really nothing to do with expectations that our deficit was going to widen. The swap spreads, which is a good indicator of that, have actually been
Zero
getting
DTE,
less
call
negative.
side.
So
Size.
it's not really concerned about supply. There was concern before Warsh's first press conference, and I say this based upon a lot of meetings I've had in New York and Boston.
Zero
There was
DTE,
concerns
call
that he
side.
would start
Size.
to unwind that balance sheet overhang immediately, and he's not going to do it. I mean, he's way too smart, way
He's going to integrate market pricing and all this. And the fact that I was starting to say, you know, we don't have a bunch of Fed speakers out there talking up what they're going to do at the next meeting. This is
Zero DTE, call sign, size.
Integrates market pricing and lets the market allocate capital. And there's plenty of capital out there to absorb our treasury supply as long as we stabilize it by reducing government spending.
Zero
So
DTE,
I actually think
call
the
sign,
stewardship
size.
of Bassett and Warsh stands a much better chance of, you know, stabilizing our long-term debt, stabilizing the outlook for it, term premium, all that stuff, than the last regimes did.
Yeah.
But it's going to be complicated.
Let's have them show the 10-year TIPS yield, about 2.25%. And I just want to make sure that I and the audience understand why you think these things are happening. You say the drop in gold, drop in Bitcoin, increase in the dollar. A lot of this is related to what's going on. That's on our screen there. It's backed off now about 2.25 to 2.20. So
Intel Pulse,
why is this
long
real
dated.
yield, as it's called, rising? Do you expect that to remain a headwind, or was that just a temporary reaction?
Well, I thought that was going to be an issue.
Zero
this year,
DTE, call
as a
sign,
consequence of all
size.
in part because of a consequence of all the financing to build out data centers and the Gen AI infrastructure. We've seen record levels of investment grade credit issuance. We've seen record global levels of issuance. There's sovereign deficit concerns.
SPX pulse,
You know,
long dated.
are much broader than just West. So all those things have pushed those real rates up. That is really the key issue. And as those rates go up, then, you know, that is the makings of a sort of a risk-off scenario. Now, again, my earlier comments would suggest that I do not think we're due for a disorderly increase in those rates.
Okay.
But this is the reaction that took place after the press conference.
But they've been on
that
the rise
push
all
of
year
real
long.
rates is really the key indicator.
Do you think they're going to go back down, back towards 2%? Where do you think they're headed?
I think there's a chance they will, but it's going to take time, and financial conditions are definitely tight. The way to get that rate lower ultimately is to be able to cut the policy rate and loosen bank regulatory policy so you get demand from
Spider
banks
Pulse,
to absorb all
Nvidia
this supply.
Pulse,
Right
long
now,
dated.
capital rules, the steepness or lack thereof of the Treasury curve have been the reason that long rates can't move up, that there's no support. If you look at the smaller banks, for example, they haven't barely budged their Treasury holdings since Silicon Valley Bank went under, right? And that's because, you know, the 3-month 10-year curve, the long-term median of that is 140 basis points. Right now, it's half that level. So it's just not attractive for them to buy securities. This is sort of the broader Bassett-Warsh plan, right? Lower the policy rate, you know, let the market decide
Zero
where long-term rates
DTE,
go and
call
loosen
sign,
bank regulatory
size.
requirements so that you can get banks to absorb some of the supply, and you transfer that duration holding
Triple
from the
semi
Fed
pulse,
to the private sector. I've been calling it privatization of the Fed's balance sheet, right? And ultimately,
I love it. Yeah.
that's how you get there. But it's going to be tricky.
I think that if I could restate it the following way, you're saying that
Zero
the market
DTE,
audience
call
needs
sign,
this larger
size.
plan to proceed. They need this financial deregulation piece to happen in conjunction with maybe lower rates, everything, to get to a point where the real rate falls.
Zero
actually, this
DTE,
headwind goes away,
call
the dollar
sign,
falls. I mean, that
size.
might be a better sign for gold and Bitcoin. It sounds like that's what you're saying.
Triple semi pulse,
Bitcoin I view as a real call on government finance getting out of control, and the dollar in particular. And the fact that our government spending was...
Speaking of the government, President Trump in Washington making some comments on Capitol Hill.
SpaceX, long dated. Deep calls, deep puts.
We don't have the sound, but these are live. This is live video right now of the president arriving on Capitol Hill. Now we know it's been a chaotic few hours.
Zero
in Washington,
DTE,
where the
call
president,
sign,
everything was set up
size.
to sign this housing bill. Literally, even the podium, it was on the president's schedule and everything. And then at the very last minute, with the Truth Social post, he pulled that plan and said it wouldn't move forward until the Save America Voting Act was passed, calling it a national emergency. Here we have the sound. Let's just take a moment to listen.
The cackling of the journalism, the media. I don't know. Journalism isn't like it used to be. when Walter Cronkite was around. All right, futures continue to fade. Everything is fading for the most part. See DoorDash. Uber.
Santelli will give you a whole rundown on that. Yesterday's twos went great,
Better pulse.
which made sense to me because, as I indicated earlier, I do not believe the Fed will be cutting rates or raising rates, and ultimately, I'm hanging on to my forecast for 2 rate cuts in September and December. So the twos went well, but the 5-year part of the curve, this is the whole bank story we were just talking about, right? That's where you'd expect to see bank demand. If we can get to that point where Warsh can start implementing this broader plan of cutting the policy rate, starting to unwind their excessive duration, not buy 24% of every 10 and 30-year Treasury auction, and loosen bank regulatory policy, that's where you'd expect to see demand for fives. And
IWM off the highs of the day, pulling back a bit.
On your auction reaction hat and all the rest of it. We'll get more, of course, as we can, but I appreciate you pointing that out.
SpaceX back to red on the day. Was green, was all the way up at near 160 pre-market.
0 DTE, call side.
Now to what could be another big moment for Micron, for the memory trade, and probably for the whole market. Micron reports after the bell today. The memory stocks are lower again. Seagate down 5 or 6, same for Western Digital. After yesterday's sell-off that saw Micron drop 13%.
CNBC has nothing good to say. So shifted gears.
So what's the point of this meeting then? Is this simply an airing of grievances, as Mike Dorning put it earlier? This is a Festivus.
Oh, God.
Could there be an agreement when lawmakers leave the room today with Donald Trump on any number of things, including extending FISA 702?
Well, I think you never rule anything out with the president. You know that he loves to come out and announce big deals and agreements. But I think most likely it is the former. It is an airing of the grievances of the president expressing his frustration that a Republican majority is not moving a bill that he sees as a priority. And Republicans have made it clear that they think he is undercutting their priorities and particularly undercutting their efforts to hold on to their majorities in the Senate and the House. That they're here, they want to talk about affordability. John Thune all week has been trying to talk about affordability and talk about this housing bill as an example of what they're doing for regular Americans. And here the president has stepped all over it. So I think both sides are going to have some grievances. It seems unlikely that they'll come to a deal today, but you obviously never know with the president.
So I wonder, Jonathan, if you expect that we'll hear from senators about what happened in the room today, and who you would expect to be most vocal inside the room and out of it, as we consider, for example, the 4 senators who were willing to vote against the president on the War Powers resolution last week.
Yeah, I think the question of who's vocal in the room and out is going to be slightly different. I think that some senators might feel more comfortable speaking up in private and might not say that as publicly. I think some of those senators who have already lost their reelection bids or who are retiring and have nothing to lose will be more clear, and they have been more clear going into the election. Senator John Cornyn, who of course Trump endorsed against in Texas and who lost his primary, said that he plans to ask the president, whether he really cares about the midterms, and he plans to tell him that some of these actions that he's doing are hurting Republicans' chances of holding a majority. So he's somebody who I think will feel more comfortable speaking out.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
Because still most Republicans.
Home Depot flagging at the highs. All right, let's go look and see how these travel-related names continue. Booking.com near the highs of the session, giving back a little bit. Not much. Booking.com. Axon pushing higher. That's having a good day. Axon, body cams, police equipment. I think they even provide materials and stuff, products for the military, right? Mercado Libre coming off the low. ANLY, ALNY. The biotechs look pretty good. Biotechs charging higher this week. We saw strength last week that we thought might follow through into this week in the weekend video. Airbnb, that was up this morning. Some sort of housing act, housing bill signing. Why is it so hard to approve a bill to require an ID to vote? You need an ID for everything. You can vote with an ID, and everybody's got a problem with that? Jeez. That is so stupid. Intuit. Shopify. DoorDash, of course. DoorDash we talked about. Having a good day. It's trending. DoorDash looking good. The weekly time frame, we just showed you the possibilities with DoorDash on the weekly. Okay, if it can manage to get up to 200, that's a 382 Fibonacci from its recent highs. Not sure if it's going to get any kind of activity out of the fact that the Pelosi's are buying Uber, but DoorDash and Uber sort of synonymous in my brain. Uber's still fading from the highs. Workday. Workday coming off the low, not really that interesting. Intuit. Microsoft continues to drop off here. So we didn't fall for it. We didn't bite on Microsoft. Small cap, everything's turning down now with the S&P. All right, so we got a gravestone doji now.
Intel Pulse. Shenanigans.
So a lot of people are talking about Micron earnings as being some catalyst. 10-year yield continues to show weakness. 10-year yield. IWM is pulling back right now, but that'll be an opportunity. Doesn't look like much on the daily chart. 1 minute chart, you can see that it's pulled back from the highs. So this dip should get bought. I have August 300, 305 call spreads. Okay, people are selling. Traders are selling now. We got stocks like SpaceX pulling back. Cerebras had a nice little bounce. Had a bounce there between 11:45 and 12:30. That just rolled over a bit. Just like any position that we've sold iron condors on for earnings, we're looking for this to gradually start to move higher. Probably going to take a few days. Apple fading off the highs. Apple looked really good this morning. Fading off the highs. Feels like shorts keep selling the highs of the day. Again, we have SPY. Again, we have SPY. Put flies for insurance just in case the markets pull back. I plan on adding to these. Okay, so those put flies The wings are 725 and 675. You sell twice as many of the 700s. You buy a long 725, 675, and you're short 700. Times two, it equals out. S&P is off 4 points now. We were up over 40 pre-market. We're back down to $4, 4 points on the red, and continue to fade. Here's a SPY. Home Depot, just off the highs of the session. Home Depot. VIX pushing up. VIX on the move. IWM pulling back pretty aggressively from the high of the day. 2 points. It's only 2 points, but still a decent amount of volatility in the small caps. The Qs. Okay, lower again, the Qs. So for the short term, we could be seeing some weakness, maybe back to the 50-day for the Qs. This week, a larger range on the weekly. I think hedges make a lot of sense. You could do SQQQ if you think the markets are headed a bit lower, SQQQ. It's a wasting asset, but once this does get moving occasionally, this will move for several weeks. When it does move in the opposite direction, 2025. Okay. All right, so hedge flows continue to drop off here. Hedge flows.
Because she is not a democratic socialist or has not openly subscribed to some of those ideas.
That's pretty ridiculous.
That we were speaking about democratic socialists and that your opponent is not.
Further to the left. I mean, look at Dan Goldman. Dan Goldman lost yesterday. Dan Goldman is not a moderate. Dan Goldman is a progressive Democrat. Adriano Espaillat is a progressive Democrat. You know, Antonio Reynoso, who lost in Idiot Alaska's seat, is a progressive Democrat. These aren't moderates. The fact is, the socialist is further to the left, sure, but they're not moderates. And Kate Conley is not a moderate either. All right, Congressman, it's good to have you back. I do think, though, we can just, between you and I, acknowledge the fact that at Bloomberg, we do try to bring a range of voices on there. We have never suggested that all Republicans are Donald Trump. But we love to talk. No, but you guys do continually ask every Republican candidate anything President Trump says or does. It's fair then to say to the Democrats, well, where do you stand on these people? That's a fair question. You've done it for 10 years against Republicans. Get ready to start doing it against Democrats with respect to the front.
You did do it for 4 years when President Biden was president. But Congressman, we appreciate you joining us. The Congressman from the 17th District of New York, Mike Lawler, with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. All right, let's talk to both the Democrat and the Republican at the same time, shall we?
We've got a political panel and a good one for you here. Roger Fisk has been listening, of course, our Democratic strategist, former aide to President Obama, senior advisor, Burway Rubin, who's very Becky, is in here on our conversations with our Democrats team. Jaime, our Republican strategist. It's great to have you both with us. We were going to get to some other topics here, but this is pretty hot right now. We may as well start with it. Roger, I'll start with you. You heard everything that the congressman said. Republicans are painting a picture here of a wild left socialist wing of the Democratic Party that's sweeping the nation. Is what happened in downtown Manhattan going to take place close to us?
Well, the difference is that what the congressman was positing was putting Mamdani into the presidency. It's essentially what he was doing. When in fact, what you all have been doing for 10 years is asking Republicans to respond to what President Trump did. No Democrat running in Oregon or Florida is beholden to whatever the mayor of New York or the mayor of any other place said. So that I found that to be kind of a flawed premise of how he was going about things. But I do think you can imagine the editing suites right now. The last time I was here was right after the I don't care about inflation conference. So I want to be fair. You can just.
We continue to fade. The markets are not doing anything right now. Just hold off. We're looking for a bounce maybe after 2 o'clock if we get anything at all. We do have put flies. If you're interested, put flies. We bought those yesterday at somewhere around midday or so, I guess, towards the evening session. But we're about to take out yesterday's low right here, it looks like. Okay, we're below the 50-day. Okay, we're taking out some stops potentially. No bounce yet in the S&P. Futures hedge flows continue to point south.
that's trying to be made is when you elect these ultra progressive, factions or even ultra conservative fractions, excuse me, they influence, right, the party, and they influence legislation, and they are part of the process. So when you're passing a bill or you're in committee, I mean, they have influence, right? And I think that that's his point, and the fact that he feels that the Democrats will have to answer to it because those socialists are going to have a voice in Congress going forward. So I think it's true on both sides, to be honest, right? Like those extremes influence what happens in Washington, and right now we've got that.
IWM all the way back, to the open IWM. We opened right in this area. We're right back down to the open IWM. Okay, I can't listen to this crap anymore. Jeez, they're just nonstop with the frickin' politics.
It's going to carry much more influence. It's also, Alphabet is very well known, very well regarded in the tech industry and across markets. But there is some prestige factor here on being added to the Dow that is important. Being one of just 30 companies holds a certain level of importance, and of course, is a visibility perspective as well.
Okay, most of these positions are down more than 1%, NVIDIA, etc. Looking for IWM to bounce.
It is going to change who's forced to own the shares. Any Dow tracking ETFs would have to buy the stock, while the buying impact is likely going to be smaller than what we would see from an S&P edition, because far less companies' money tracks the Dow directly. It would or potentially could result in some short-term buying from index funds and even some investors that are driven by the headline.
Jeff, one of the big themes of the last couple weeks has been the names that I kind of phrase as having the checkbook out, that are spending the money, these hyperscaler companies. They haven't been as rewarded for that. And I think one of the big reasons why was a company like Alphabet went to the equity markets to raise some money. They've gone to debt markets as well, whether it's Meta, whether it's Oracle. Now that they're no longer just spending free cash flow, how much does that change, in your mind, how we interpret their CapEx?
Yeah, it's interesting, and an interesting question, right? Because a few years ago, those investors were very worried about AI, potentially replacing Google search. Today, Alphabet is increasingly viewed as an AI winner. But those
Yep, I would agree with that.
Competition like OpenAI and
All these New York FANGs are down at the moment. IWM, thinking about buying again. IWM at the low here. Let's see, IWM.
Investments will generate significant long-term returns. I think we're seeing some of that show up in some of the earnings reports we've seen, but it's still a constant
IWM.
to believe that
August 21st. Calls again.
I think it's just so amazing when we look at Alphabet and obviously focus on
300.
I mean, you have YouTube, you have a massive right now. I mean, AI initiative, of course, linked to clouds, and you also have their advertising growth. But it does seem like all the market really tends to focus on when it comes to various updates or quarterly earnings is just everything linked to cloud, which I know that they're growing, they're eating away at some of that market share from AWS or Microsoft. We're not really seeing it though in a necessarily meaningful way. And so do you tend to, when you assess the company just as big?
All right, waiting for 2 o'clock and see if we get any more drift lower. CBRS continues to move lower.
I think you have to look at all the business lines, right? I mean, as we look across search, right, originally threatened by names like ChatGPT, that's continued to accelerate and remains their largest growth.
Okay, Home Depot, HD.
AI into those capabilities. That certainly is another area to look at specifically.
segment was once viewed as, far behind competitors, and it's now starting to become a profit engine, but there is a question mark there still. As we look at Gemini, that sentiment has grown widely as well across investors as adoption kind of continues to come into play under these newer models. That said, AI competitors are strong. When we look at these names, they're all working for hard market share. Regulatory pressure is still in the back of the mind for most investors as well, as we've watched that mount on top of Alphabet for several years.
Jeff, I know you got an example trade as well. If you don't mind going through that and maybe some of the thinking into how you go about selecting these strikes.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. For the example trade, set up a bull call spread here. Expiration out in August 21st. That gives us about 58 days. Buying a 350 call, selling a 380 call at a debit of 11.25. Max gain on this trade would be one.
No bounce on IWM yet.
If it's above 380 at expiration, max loss. That debit paid 1,125. For every dollar you're risking, you're getting about $1.67 of potential gain. The thesis kind of behind this trade is it's a moderately bullish trade.
Okay, Intel just hanging out at the highs.
I want to believe, if you're an investor that would look at a trade like this, is that the Dow inclusion could elevate interest. That's certainly part of it. AI tailwinds are going to remain. Cloud strength is going to grow. Search is going to remain resilient, and shares will trend higher into the late summer. But again, does not require this huge boom in the share price in order to be a successful trade.
Yeah, which has definitely been more in favor as of late. So you get to see really any of this momentum. Even today, hold. I know we're still higher, but not by a whole lot, at least not from where we were looking, at least this morning. But so appreciate it.
Okay, so I'm just sitting here watching the markets. This is the time of day where we do see B and C pivots and then look for follow through into 2 to 3 o'clock. So nothing at the moment. Netflix is starting to bounce. Nvidia's at the low of the day. That just keeps getting sold. AMD, same thing. Keeps getting sold. IWM is oversold right now. Looking for a bounce. Watching IWM is trying to build a base at the low, trying to entice some buyers.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. We have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up for college fund.
I've been learning about trading strategies.
Schwab helps regenerate retirement income. All this Schwab has everything you need is making me cranky.
Somebody need a map.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Okay, Micron has earnings tonight. Many are anticipating that the markets are going to pull back. In addition to Micron, the bears are jumping up and down. Too extended, blah, blah, blah. Could be the case. So we do have some SPY put flies just in case the markets do in fact close below the 50-day and start moving a bit lower. Okay, so SPY below yesterday's levels, right at the 50-day. We just went below yesterday's low at the 50-day right now. SPY.
0 DTE call sign.
IWM. Looking for a reversal in IWM.
Alex and Jenny, thanks for having me. Great to be speaking with you, and a terrific lead in there about the multiple product segments driving Micron's growth across HBM, NAND, and low power DRAM. At Futurum, we see that there's additional growth ahead of the company that the market isn't necessarily anticipating yet. The growth of HBM is a 2025 story. There are new tailwinds from demand for DRAM and NAND that the market hasn't fully come to terms with because we're still so early in the build-out of what we view as an agentic data center. And so, based on the modeling that the Futurum Equities research team is, we expect that Futurum, that Micron can exceed the street's estimate for revenue based on the way we're seeing prices trend for its core products, and then raise guidance for the rest of the year as well beyond the street's expectation. There's a super cycle for the entire stack of memory right now, not just HBM.
Brendan, I think the market performance echoes that sentiment, but we're looking at over a 10% implied move. We're looking at a stock that's been down 5 of the last 6 quarters post-earnings despite impressive result after impressive result. I see the $1,500 price target that Futurum has, as pretty as it would be that we get there in a straight line. We know that's not going to happen. How do you feel like that path to that price target looks? Is it big moves followed by big drawdowns like we've seen recently, or is there a world where the volatility can come in and the stock can perform a little bit more like it has historically?
SPX pulse, long data, meta pulse.
All right, Cerebras continues to pull back.
Diversified KV cache platform company. And so that's a fairly technical term that I think the market is still getting its head around, because we've heard how HBM is needed for GPUs and the race to deliver
IWM, bear flag, no follow through yet.
really driving a lot of market perception, but it's the full stack that Micron offers in terms of low power DRAM as well as high dip.
This is not the big one. This is
Intel
small
pulse,
potatoes.
shenanigans.
If they say no, we'd rather not know. Stupid thing to say.
We'll see what they say today. This Richmond
That actually meets demand where it is today. And so there's been assertions about who's first in HBM production, who has the greatest market share. What is going to drive consistent and outperforming growth through the end of the year into 2027 is going to be the increase in ASPs for DRAM and NAND. And those are the areas where, if investors start to look at those complementary segments and ask questions about how Micron is addressing the KV cache opportunity for customers like Anthropic as well as hyperscalers, then they're going to see a pathway towards sustained high revenue growth through the end of the year in the segments that are core to product architecture and not simply a commodity.
Okay, so I think it's really interesting that you did highlight more strength in that traditional DRAM and NAND, as well as, of course, high bandwidth memory, which is naturally tied to AI. That gets a lot of attention. But where are you seeing more of that real demand come from? I know you mentioned some of these hyperscalers. There's also their own fluid concerns there. But I mean, as far as like some of these products that have been around for so long, it's just interesting to highlight more of these traditional aspects of the business that, frankly, were not enough to propel Micron that much higher so many years ago.
It's a great point, Jenny, and it is co-designed with AI leaders and AI labs that
Zero
creates
DTE,
demand for some of these products that
size.
haven't necessarily been as highly valued in the past.
Small caps continue to fade a bit. As the 10-year yield, is it bouncing? Let's see, 10-year yield. No, 10-year yield continues lower. The 10-year yield continues to move lower.
Zero DTE,
They're talking about all layers of the memory hierarchy. And so because of that, DRAM and NAND could both increase in ASP beyond street consensus that expects it to continue increasing in mid-double digits. Based on demand we're hearing about
actually reach 25% ASP growth for these legacy bits. And so that's an area where, as a memory maker, you can be strategic about how you allocate.
Netflix catching a bid. Netflix is catching a bid off the low. Netflix.
That revenue is sort of expected to hit peak growth in terms of percentage growth year over year, either this quarter or next, and then we kind of see it sort of normalize a bit into time. Do you think that that's accurate? And does that change the investment thesis at all? Or is, hey, going from 280%
Zero
growth
DTE.
to 250,
Call sign.
that's still pretty good?
Size.
It's incredibly strong, and the reality is that the mix is shifting within that number, and that when we look at
Netflix turning up. Netflix.
opportunities to increase guidance beyond what the street has shown so far. And so with areas like DRAM and NAND growing at 50 and 60%, there's room for additional increases in growth in those areas, given the demand that we're seeing and the overall attach of these parts to leading AI servers. So that these are areas that we see, by the end of the year, we're going to be potentially looking at triple-digit growth in these areas instead of the mid-double digits that we're looking at now. And so that's an area where we could see
Hedge flows. Looks like the selling has dissipated, flattening out now. Let's see what IWM looks like. Small caps. Okay, calls are being bought a little bit of call buying. Puts, people were buying puts there for a few, looking for a bounce now.
Okay, so I mean, this is a difficult question because I think this is the question we're all asking ourselves. But what do you think they could say? I mean, as far as like
Intel
growth,
Pulse.
participating really
Long
solid. I
dated.
mean,
Deep
everything across the
puts.
board is
Shenanigans.
solid, at least as far as
Zero
consensus
DTE.
right now.
Call
What do you
sign.
think that Micron could say that
Size.
could put a snag in some of the recent hype that is, of course, tied to just broad-based memory and storage? I mean, what kind of tone could they give that could, I mean, like considerably perhaps rewrite some of this enthusiasm?
I think if they have secretly trained the perfect AI.
IWM, I'd like to see it build a base here and run back up towards the highs. It's a doji on the daily. Looking for it to stay above the upper half of yesterday's range. Futures continue to show a little basing action in here. S&P futures. A little bit of basing action at this swing low from yesterday. That was from yesterday, that little wick right there. Looks like a bear flag could roll over. 50 days right there. Looks like the easiest thing to do is to drop it below the 50-day at this point. IWM calls are being, profits are being taken on the call side. Put side, we got put sellers down below. IWM. Little spike in volume, IWM. All right, I got to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on SchwabNetwork.com. first to find out what's shaping early market action. Check, Options Corner, Futures Focus, technical analysis, morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network. Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are. Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for Under 30, and Wendy's is having its best day in years, naming new C-suite officers, but also seeing some pretty high short interest, with now nearly 37% of its float sold short. So here to make sense of it all is George Tillis, New Markets correspondent for the network. George, I have to say, it's been a long time since we have discussed a stock that is seeing this much short selling as we've seen in Wendy's. So we're bringing back the meme stock trade here. We're up, 30% on the day. Is this a fundamental update, or is this also just like the combination of that with all of the hype from this retail trader?
Well, anytime there's sort of a short squeeze, meme rally phenomenon, all the pieces have to be put together the right way for it to occur. So I'm just going to evaluate it the way I'll evaluate it. Everyone can make their decision as they see fit. There's a few things going on with Wendy's. If you look at the last 5 years, the stock has been down significantly. Total sales growth is decelerating. Profit growth is decelerating. But still, the challenge really lies for the bears in this case is the company's still generating a positive net income and profits over the last year. But the shorts continue to pile on because of the capital structure problem that Wendy's is facing. So what I mean by this is if you look at the total amount of equity of the business, now this is based on yesterday's closing numbers, around $1.2 billion. The debt of the business is over $4 billion. Interest on the debt last year was $129 million, but they did earn $148 million, and they're still paying a dividend. This is what's, I think, remarkable, because if you look at the 56 cents in dividend, the yield on that is around 9%. So the company had been taking on, appears to me, and I could be wrong, so this is why it is beneficial for folks to do their own research, that they are taking on quite a bit of debt but still buying back shares and paying a dividend. This is why I think activist investors are involved, like Nelson Peltz, in the business, because there's a potential now for essentially, some sort of cash infusion based upon, of course, the company in a turnaround. And this could come from essentially closing down unprofitable stores, maybe essentially franchising out more of their existing operations, which can bring in more cash. But nonetheless, there's also the announcement of the new leadership team that came from Potbellies, and their turnaround story was actually remarkable because that company stock turned around quite a bit with this leadership team. So effectively, I can say that looking at the stock itself being down so much over the last 5 years, the legacy brand of Wendy's, the turnaround potential story, the insider activist investors, and the high short interest. I looked at the option chains today. I noticed that there's a gamma squeeze going on at the very least right now. Again, all of the things have to be lined up nicely or properly for it to happen. But if you look at the volume in the $8 strikes for expiry this week at 28,000 contracts, that's significantly higher than the open interest, which is around 3,600 contracts. So for what it's worth, there's a lot of options activity going on right now around the $8 strike, which could be the start of a short squeeze, but I can't say for sure.
Yeah, George, for more context, Sizzle Index 47, stock Sizzle is almost 18. So it's telling you the volume is off the charts today compared to normal. And you probably noticed, too, there's a ton of call skew here, George, which tells me market makers and those who are making markets in these different options, they're not falling for the GameStop tricks again. They're prepared a little bit more so this time around.
They are, and it really comes down to the force of essentially retail investors are buying call options, market makers have to sell call options to offset.
NBIS,
And they have to buy
long
stock
dated,
to offset the
deep
delta
calls,
risk, and that can create
put
that gamma
caps,
squeeze.
deep
So
puts,
again,
shenanigans.
this is a situation where the company itself is got a lot of.
All right, IWM starting to reverse potentially. Small caps, potential reversal. This could be a bear flag, so be careful. S&P futures trying to build a base. Excuse me, build a base down here with watching the hedge flows. Hedge flows flattening out. Could roll over again. The trend has been down, so I wouldn't be surprised. We're at the 50-day moving average. Will they buy the 50-day? It's coming into 2 o'clock. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, June 24th. We got about 2 hours left in the trading day. We got Micron earnings tonight. Cerebras earnings were last night. That's lower. Cerebras trading below 200. It's at the low of the day right now. Cerebras. All right, IWM just rolled over. IWM just rolled over.
0 DTE, call sign.
Money market funds and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Micron pulse, long dated, deep call. 0 DTE, call sign.
IWM no bounce.
0 DTE.
A little bit of a bear flag rolled over.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance.
Intel falling off again. Intel fading. Intel. Okay, so taking back the gains from the week. We're testing the Thursday low right now. Intel. Still a lot of trades out there that big money that's looking for higher prices on Intel. So this short-term pullback, most of those trades were out in August, September. Netflix continues this rally up that we noticed a few minutes ago. Netflix started to turn. Now it's starting to rally a bit off the low.
0 DTE, call sign.
Netflix 175 was the previous lows. Netflix, the previous lows over here were around 175. We undercut that level. Netflix looking worse for wear. It's got to do a lot of work, like Microsoft has to do a lot of work just to get back into the good graces where people would be interested in buying. It looks like got a higher low technically, but yeah, didn't bite this morning. I was looking at buying some Microsoft and I said, you know what, let me just wait for a base. Like over here, we based, bounced, based, and then took off to the upside. So that we don't even have that right now. Hello. So some are looking at as a proxy to Micron, a proxy looking at SNDK instead. Let's take a look at SNDK. SNDK. That's off. Micron. A pullback to the 50-day wouldn't be that terrible. And then a bounce, an opportunity. So collecting cash makes sense. If you're worried, if you got too much in the way of long exposure, you could do some put flies either on SPY or the Qs. SPY's still on top of the 50-day. Qs just above the 50-day. IWM looked pretty good today. It's still trending. It's outdoing the rest. New York Stock Exchange. Okay. We did have buyers yesterday at the 21-day. We're down in the lower half of today's range. So NYSE is trending lower for the time being. So this is all telling me keep your money safe. Don't put cash to work. Trying to buy the dip, try to buy the low, thinking you're going to get the low. More than likely going to see lower lows. Right? We saw that with Cerebras, CBRS. That continues to make lower lows. For the time being, this will bounce around here. This will bounce. It's just not right now. Not right now. Home Depot, Home Improvement, the hurricane season stocks, those look really good. Looking for a follow through. Yesterday, I was like, okay, back to the 50-day, and here we are gapping up today. Uber, we've got Nancy Pelosi and husband buying Uber. That's right back down below the 50 days. So anybody who chased this is probably regretting it now. Chasing it over here because Pelosi got into it. They were buying the 50 call out in March. So this kind of volatility or noise doesn't really bother them. They don't care, right? They got the 50 way down here, the 50 in the money, and they got a better price because it's not up today. I mean, it wasn't up when they bought it. So Uber, DoorDash, I look at these two kind of synonymously. DoorDash moving higher. Okay, these are longer term swings. Looking for this to continue. Uber, I wouldn't mind buying some of those 50 calls for March 50 call. They're about $2,500 right now. So when Pelosi bought them, they were probably about 1,800 to 2,000, maybe less. Maybe they're around 1,500. They bought 200 of those, deep in the money. The 50 strike call for March of 2027, Uber. So that was noted earlier. Okay, so if we get a 50% retracement on Uber, let's see, did I mark that up? UVW, Uber. No, I didn't know it. Uber. No, I didn't do it. I think it was DoorDash I was looking at. DoorDash. CD, DoorDash. Yeah, the 50% retracement would be up here at around 214, 215. 382 would be around 200. So it's above the 10 EMA. It's not going to go straight up every single week. Even over here, when we started to rally, each time this rate of change flipped to positive, okay, the stock continued to rally. Over here last year, towards the end of the year, it's kind of choppy price action, but it eventually hit the highs after we got this crossover. This crossover down below zero is a little bit stronger than this one because that was already trending. This one closer to zero was pretty good. We had like 6-7 weeks up on Uber. So this is, DoorDash. This is week number 2. Bought it last week. Looking for it to follow through. DoorDash. There goes Netflix. Netflix with a nice pop off the low. Okay, there goes Netflix. Netflix running.
SPX.
Netflix is running off the lows here. Netflix going. All right, there you go, Mondo. Netflix on the move. IWM still hanging out. It's right where it started the day. The 10-year yield still the premise. The 10-year yield is still the premise for being long IWM. Okay, so the 10-year is down here below the 50-day moving average. Okay, if this opens tomorrow lower, if this gaps down or moves lower, that's a Maribozu candle. Okay, Maribozu. Okay. Well, kind of not. Got a wick on top and bottom, but close enough. We're at the low of the range. If we drop further down towards another 25 basis points or 50 basis points down to 43.50, 4.35%. If we get down to 4.35%, IWM should be through 300. Okay, so IWM should be through 300 if we manage to get the 10-year down below 4.35%. All right, we're starting to see shorts covering. New York FANG shorts are starting to cover.
Yeah, so I would agree with that. I think the one thing that is interesting to me about the 10-year yield is even with the correlation that it had, the strong correlation.
Zero DTE. Call sign.
New York FANG shorts are starting to cover. Okay, watch. Apple, NVIDIA, Microsoft, even AMD, not a New York FANG component, but it's starting to turn. Let's see what IWM is doing. IWM trying to hold the low. All right. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's a little after 2 o'clock, so we're looking for any kind of sign that the institutions are buying the dip, or are they going to keep selling? We generally look after 2 o'clock, see what they're going to do. A lot of stocks have pulled back. AMD holding on. Now, if Micron is bad, their earnings are bad, or perceived as a sell, AMD is probably going to be down here closer to these recent lows. So if you have AMD, you might want to take some profits off, reduce your exposure. If it does continue to move higher, we can always get back in. I'm all about reducing my risk. I did reduce some of the AMD earlier. All right, so I made about $33 per contract on that AMD. It was a spread, so it could have been done better. Anyway, so I'm out of most of my AMD. Apple's still looking for more upside. Netflix turning back up. Okay, Cerebras. It's been testing the longs or the bulls resistance, persistence or resilience, I should say. CBRS at the lows. Looking for this to turn the corner and turn back up. Double bottom, Cerebras, looking for a bounce. Yeah. Do they have CBRX yet? Nope. Still don't have CBRX. Huh, that's too bad. They have SPCH, right? They have SpaceX at 2 times, but they don't have they don't have CBRX. That doesn't make any sense. Stock charts. You're slacking off stock charts. So CBRS, we're watching that. Looks like it's going to retrace now.
Zero DTE. Call sign.
New York FANGs are catching a bid. All right, here goes the S&P. It looks like the S&P is catching a bid here too. Hedge flows are still drifting a bit lower. Look at how much is congregated right in the center of price action, right? There's not a prominent 7,500 or a prominent 7,300 strike. You don't see that above and below. All you see is this right in the middle. And prices are just banging around in here, giving us a doji spinning top type price action. S&P. So S&P, doji, spinning top. Can we close in the upper half? Or at least back close to the center? We could. Watching the S&P bouncing right now. Microsoft, that's helping. These are helping. Microsoft turning, NVIDIA turning off the low. Okay, NVIDIA looks ugly. You know what? Let's go take a look at something right now while I'm thinking about it. NVIDIA. Okay, so NVIDIA, we were looking at this big range, right? And it's back down into the range. We were looking for this to break out and start trending. Nope. Had something else in mind. Just like base on base patterns. Stochastics, everything turned down. See that? I had these arrows pointing up, was looking for it to break higher, didn't happen. Got rejected at 235, 236, rolled over. 200 days right there. So you have to have a lot of time if you're trading options. Or I prefer to have a lot of time, I should say. All right, CBRS, turning the corner. Okay, starting to turn the corner. Maybe. Okay, CBRS. I'm going to watch this for a minute. CBRS. I'm going to mute my mic. I'll keep it open for everything else.
Micron is going to be
a bit of a litmus test, as you mentioned, for the overall tech sector and the AI spend that it does. But that doesn't mean that a pullback in Micron in the tech sector has to be something that says that the bull run is over. I think, testing maybe some levels that we've seen a move down to the 21-day moving average for Micron probably be a good thing.
Zero
take off some of the fraud, take off some of that upfront call buying that we've seen that has been really prevalent over the last couple months. Maybe get that a little bit back in order. See if a pullback. See if you start to see buyer demand kind of step back in, and I think that's probably good for this market.
Yeah, I heard one Micron fan saying, "Look, I just want to see it pull back 10-20%." And that's a great buying opportunity. I mean, to Tom Lee's point, he was saying that the pullback that we've seen in stocks overall has provided an entry point for folks. It makes it a little more palatable when you say, "I like it where it is, but I like it better," if it drops a little bit. And I feel like I got a little bit of a bargain. I don't know. Joe Mazzola, thank you so much. It's really great to see you. Appreciate it, Joe. Okay, coming up, we're going to spotlight tech. We're going to look at Qualcomm. Qualcomm is having its investor day, and they've also made an acquisition of Modular. We're going to talk about the AI build out for Qualcomm. That's coming up. Also, big news with Tom White. He'll join us and he'll take a look at Sunrun, American Airlines, and Uber. So we'll be right back.
For what it's worth, if we start to see a rally end of day in Cerberus, that would be a positive vote from institutions because they're the ones that'll probably be buying this. So look for a bounce. If it doesn't bounce, then we'll have to wait probably a week or so before we do anything with Cerberus. I still have a small position, but a little disappointed that it's down here. But July being the strongest month of the year, we're not too far away from that. Looking for a base and a push higher. Watch for institutions, end of day.
Go higher. 5-year, 10-year, 20-year, 30-year rates will go up, and that defeats the purpose of what the administration wants to do. The competition is to come out and punish the rate market. So I think Chair Warsh knows this, and I think his colleagues at the Fed are going to tread carefully.
How are you watching oil markets today? Brent falling below $75, WTI falling below $70. How does that fit into this part of the conversation, Mike?
It certainly helps the inflation picture on the margins. There's no doubt about that. We've been in the camp that inflation is kind of here to stay. You're going to have persistent global shocks because of deglobalization. You hear so much about these transitory shocks.
Zero DTE, call sign, size,
the Ukrainian war and what that did with European
Q's pulse,
energy
long
prices,
dated,
utility
deep
prices,
puts,
etc. And then you have the Iranian war. You have all these sort of one-off shocks, but they're all a function of the world in which we live, where you have more deglobalization rather than globalization. And you just see basically the other side.
Zero DTE, call sign, size.
Should be good for headline inflation, but the core measure of inflation is still going up, not down. It bottomed in April of 2025.
SPX
over 12 months
long
ago.
dated,
If you look at trimmed mean, if you look at sticky inflation,
Q's
if you look at
pulse,
sort of the
deep
secular
puts,
trend of inflation,
Intel
all
pulse.
these things point to higher inflation rather than lower inflation, certainly relative to consensus. Lower oil prices helps over the near term, but it doesn't change necessarily the longer term picture on inflation, what that means for rates and
Intel Pulse.
Hey, one thing I want to
Deep
ask you,
Pulse. Shenanigans.
What we see over at Janus, you as head of multi-asset macro investing, fixed income, global growth.
SpaceX just popped off the low.
Where the flow's going? Where are investors looking to commit money at this point? Where are they pulling out, maybe looking to reallocate?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been very clear that during these, during these shocks, the initial flow of capital is to speculation, which is ironic because what should happen during shocks is you should see liquidity dry up and speculation actually shrink, but it's been just the opposite over the last year and a half or so, both around the comeback from tariffs and then the comeback from the Iranian war. And so a lot of the capital went to technology. Last year it was the hyperscalers in the 2 months following tariffs. This year it's been more the chips players. But in between those periods of time,
All right, IWM starting to turn back up. IWM turning back up.
as earnings growth continues to accelerate in developed international, Europe, Japan, and emerging markets, ex-China and China, as well as within the United States, if you have strong earnings growth, I think you should start to see a broadening of markets. And you'll see actually allocations, client dollars might move from speculation, move from chips, and go more towards the rest of the world's markets.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long date. Deep call.
Google dropping off pretty aggressively here.
0 DTE. Call size.
Telling a judge that he will plead guilty to multiple criminal counts stemming from the used car dealer and lender's collapse last year. That's a hearing today in federal court in New York that he would enter the plea of the decision, leaving Tricolor founder Daniel
Q's
Chu
Pulse.
alone facing
Long date.
charges that he orchestrated a systemic fraud of banks and provided the company with so-called warehouse loans. We're going to continue tracking that. We've got some stocks on the move. Friday night, extending gains to session highs. We have Tesla shares extending declines to 2% at session lows. A lot going on in the market. Up next, we talk housing.
All right, more short covering.
That's what you do with a multi-year guarantee annuity from American National Insurance Company. Now available directly online. You've done the research, you know the numbers. Build your money on your terms. Simply choose your number.
0 DTE. Call street.
Secure the transfer
Size.
funds. Then track growth anytime. And fund your
0 DTE. Call
United
sign.
Bank.
Size.
Everything means more than financial services. It means rallying around the causes that are important to our customers, employees, and communities. While we have grown in size and presence, we have never forgotten our roots. By giving back to our local communities and funding business development, we help fuel economic growth. Our success is your success. Thanks to us, this is home. United Bank, member FDIC.
Jerry is trying to get on the road for a long weekend campaign.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
Oh no, Gary and Jerry just still hasn't admitted it, right? So Jerry, yeah, Gary goes on the country.
0 DTE. Call street. Size.
And jobs. Or the entertainment job.
Zero DTE. Call size.
That's the old way. The new is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets. Powered by 450 billion daily data points and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices can evolve benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Under the surface now, AI control tower that's received all your AI.
We're talking all our AI agents, HR, IT, customer service.
25. Zero DTE. Call size. AMD.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. This just crossing the Bloomberg terminal now. Google poised to lose 2 more AI staffers to Anthropic. The exit's adding to a series of high-profile departures that risk undercutting Google's position in AI. A drop in chip makers ahead of Micron's earnings report is weighing on the stock market, and we check those markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is flat. NASDAQ down 0.2%. The Dow is up 0.4%. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.4% and the 2-year yield at 4.13%. WTI crude oil is now at $70 a barrel. Brent crude is approaching $74 a barrel. Cerebras Systems shares plunged in early trading after that company gave an annual sales forecast disappointing investors. CEO Andrew Feldman says the biggest challenge for Cerebras right now is getting enough data center space. Cerebras shares down 17%. May new home sales fell more than 7% month over month to 580,000, below all estimates. They forecast between 598,000 to 655,000. And the meme stock crowd now rallying behind Wendy's, the fast food chain shares, which have been on a steady downward slide for about 3 years, now surging as much as 42%. That happened this morning and it triggered a volatility halt. There was no news announcement behind it, just a post on social media saying, quote, "Save Wendy's before it's too late." That post was later taken down. Shares of Wendy's now 31% higher. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, that's Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Sinovec.
All right, so appreciate it, Amy Morris. Just to rehash, because this is certainly caught our attention. I mean, we are seeing high-profile executives continue to lead.
Okay, IWM continues.
We mentioned 2 leading AI researchers at Alphabet's who are planning to leave for rival Anthropic, according to folks familiar, and that adds to a series of high-profile departures.
Zero DTE. Call
Some of that has to do, if you read inside the story, some of it has to do with money and opportunities elsewhere, but some of it also.
Netflix, nice reversal underway off the low. Big pop there. Somebody's buying. We look for 2 o'clock. After 2 o'clock, we're looking for institutional interest. We can see right around 1 o'clock they started piling in. You can see the volume. So it's pretty obvious. Okay, everybody's reversing now. IWM reversing back up. Okay, Netflix, nice reversal on Netflix. Okay, we identified Netflix around 1 o'clock that there was buyers coming in. Some of you stepped up, I believe. Mondo got in a little bit after 1 o'clock. Looks good though. Almost back to green on the day on Netflix. Very good. Still needs to get above this 60-minute 20 MA. Once it does, and this starts to turn, it'll look like this. It'll look like the opposite. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for this crossover and for this base and for things to start trending again. Once it starts to do that, that'll be the signal for Netflix. Until then, it's just a day trade. Just a day trade.
Zero DTE. Call
What are all those people going to need? They're going to need homes.
Yeah, they are, which is a bit of a lovely segue.
About the founder of a big company selling his real real estate portfolios are literally worth hundreds of millions of dollars because he thinks so much money is going to come from these startups. People who are building wealth with these startups.
Well, I gotta say, you are seeing home builders actually higher today by about 6.2%. The whole group rallied. This is after President Trump canceled plans to sign a bipartisan bill aimed at lowering housing costs and
Yeah, we miss you, man. We miss you, Lee Star, up there. I'm sure you're up in heaven. Good guy, Lee Star. Passed away last year. It's too bad. We lose the good ones. Microsoft, a little short covering bounce, and they sold it. Okay, so watching Netflix on a 60-minute, the 5-minute chart showed a nice little run, change in direction. The 1-minute chart is what caught my attention. We got oversold RSI, and price made a new low, started to reverse back up. Even if you waited until about 145, that was a nice little run from 72. All right, almost 73 now. Okay, IWM, nice little reversal on IWM. Still going here. Okay, 296, 297, and climbing. CBRS is also coming off the low. I'm not going to do anything else with CBRS. Watching for it to potentially build a base. This is a slow part of June. Not expecting a whole lot until we get into July. July tends to be one of the strongest months of the year, seasonally speaking. So we're looking for that to repeat. We got stocks like stocks like Home Depot that are performing very well. Okay, you've got some sort of housing bill that the president's pushing, trying to get that signed in the Senate. And Home Depot is up for a number of reasons besides that, like the hurricane season. The stock tends to rally during this time of year between June and October. Okay, end of hurricane seasons a lot of times is in October. For Hurricane Sandy that went up the coast, that hit New Jersey in November, I believe it was, right? Hurricane Sandy. Yeah, Hurricane Sandy. That was 2012. Wow, it's been that long. It's hard to believe it's been that long. Wow. Yep, went right up the coast. Clobbered us in New Jersey. We were out of power for like 3 weeks. I had to go to every day I was broadcasting from my car. I went over to Camp Jefferson. They had power. They also had a Wi-Fi connection. It was pretty wild. Every day. That was wild. Broadcasting from a laptop. I'm gonna get anybody have Starlink? Anybody have Starlink in the room? Send me a DM if you do. Very interested in Starlink. I'd like to travel around the country and be able to broadcast. I won't do it right now because my son is, the age where he needs his father around. Junior year coming up, junior, senior year. I need to be here for that. But I could do weekend getaways and be able to do the weekend video and the research and stuff and still be able to get out of town. That'd be nice. All right, Microsoft just rolled back over. All right, so Hurricane Sandy, you're not interested in that. Okay, so NVIDIA, nice little bounce off the low. A little a dollar here or there. Okay, IWM, nice little bounce in IWM. Okay, S&P 500 is also rallying off the low. All right, so that looks pretty good. Thank you very much. All right, we're starting to flag right now. S&P 500. So we held the 50-day long-legged doji 2 days in a row. Haven't had to use the hedges that I have on SPY. I have SPY. I have the SPY put spreads. Not put spreads. Put flies. Sorry, my brain's not connected to my lips right now. I have SPY put flies. Okay. They are 725, 700, 675. Okay. So I have this right here in case we lose the 50-day, which is very possible, especially if Micron destroys the market. I don't see Micron doing that, but you never know. Most of these institutions would love a lower price to get in. You know, they can weather the noise, the chop, the back and forth. Most people get, shook up. I see posts in the trading room all the time, this is happening or that's happening. Something didn't follow through one day to the next. It's really tough to trade day to day. When you're looking bigger picture, long term, on a weekly time frame, the trend is up. As long as we're staying above the 10 EMA, we're up. So we start to lose the 10 EMA, we'll look to, number one, look to reduce exposure even more. And number two, looking for opportunities once we do find a bounce and get back above the 10 EMA. So we had one in February, March last year. And again, this year, February, March, that was the Iran conflict. And now we're just sitting up here at the highs. So I have these SPY put flies just in case we lose it. Right now it's bouncing okay. Looks all right. Looking for Micron earnings tonight. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, June 24th. And we got about an hour and 26 minutes to go. Micron earnings tonight. If you're feeling a little bit concerned about the markets, maybe reduce some exposure. That's always a good idea. Collect some cash. Cerebras, looking for that to rally. I would love to see Cerebras rally off the low. The bears have had their say. They took it down. I'm sure there was a lot of puts changed hands. You got SpaceX had a bounce too. SpaceX, SPCX, SpaceX bounced off the low. Back to green. There's a lot of calls were bought earlier today. A lot of volume earlier today.
It does. In the meantime, we are seeing the S&P 500 moving to the green, just up about 0.1%. Nasdaq deposits.
All right, so SpaceX coming back a little bit. There's not that real follow through that we're looking for. Big follow through. We got the IWM turning back down now. Okay, it's only a $1 bounce, $1.50 bounce. A lot of chop, a lot of noise. So anyway, Tom Lee and a bunch of people talking about the pullback we've had this week, and the last week. Opportunity to buy S&P 500. Okay, so we pulled back over the last few weeks from that 7,600 level. 300 points. 300 points in the first leg. Now, there is a possibility. I'm not going to say what I was thinking. But anyway, we had this pretty aggressive pullback in the first week of June. And we've had a little bit of a pullback this week. 2 dojis at the 50-day. I don't want to overanalyze it, but it needs to hold the 50-day. All right, futures look like they're going to bounce here. Momentum looks better. Momentum's looking pretty good. Okay, so if momentum is bullish, that means that the sectors are all bouncing. Okay, so let's see what the sectors look like. Retail, we talked about that this morning. Biotechs, talked about that since the weekend video, that biotechs, the risk on assets, were starting to show more strength. So we've got this breaking out. Okay, so look at this. Look at biotechs this way. I find this is helpful. You got the run up. Okay, you got the run up. Okay, and then you get the consolidation. Then you get the consolidation. Okay, and what comes next? The breakout. Darvis box. If you trade Darvis box, Brother Bill likes to talk about Darvis box a lot. So you take the direction. Okay, you got the consolidation, the run up, the consolidation since November. Now we're breaking out. So the direction is clear. You got this rate of change indicator starting to flatten out and show signs of turning back up. So maybe take a look at some biotechs. You don't have to buy options. You can also sell options. What I would consider is selling XBI. Okay, so that's pretty loud, right? Okay, sell XBI. So yesterday I was talking about this. Maybe sell the 135, buy the 130, or sell the 135, buy the 125, 10 wide or 5 wide on a put credit. That probably would make you about $100 bucks per contract. You get 10 of those, that's $1,000. And all you have to do is wait. One way to trade it. Okay, I do like to buy it on dip. So right now it's just going. It's not dipping at all. It dipped earlier around 145. So that would have been a good place to put on a credit spread, a put credit spread. You're looking for bullish action. Okay, when you sell the puts, it's just like selling puts. Institutions sell puts from, they make that premium. They're looking for prices to stay above. We had a big trade on Cerebras, or not Cerebras, on SpaceX yesterday. Same idea. Okay, there was a big put sale. You see it right there. Put sale at the 155 strike, 13,000 contracts, about $25 million, just shy of $25 million trade. As long as it stays above 155, they collect. Do the same thing with a credit spread. It's safer for. It's safer for. Do you hold me money? What'd you take out? What'd you take out? All right. So yeah, put sale. So we're looking for a base. We want to stay above 155. SpaceX. Netflix is starting to flatten out. So if you got profits on Netflix, you might want to take it off. If it's a day trade that you have in mind, Netflix is still farting around down here. So it was a nice little run up. We're starting to hold near 172. It's a doji day, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it pull back in a little bit. Netflix, AMD is trying to bounce a little bit. That was at the low. Wow, Brent following a path lower. All right, cool. BRENT. Brent. Below the 200-day. It was Bloomberg in particular that said, oh, it's not going to drop below $70 and anytime soon. So bizarre. Let's see. What do we got here? What's interesting is we had crude oil above $100 a barrel for 45 months, 4 or 5 months during the Obama administration. Not a political statement. It's just that, everybody's so negative. We were up there for 3 months, right? Above $200 a barrel or $100 a barrel. Sorry. I just find it funny that people completely, and the best part was during the Obama administration, the S&P actually rallied during his 2 terms. So it's not like it was a negative. Commodities, let's see. S&P. Where did I put this? Where did I put this? Yeah, here it is, right here. Okay. So there you go. During the Obama administration, 45 months above $100 a barrel. During the Bush administration, 7 months above. First term, Trump term, 0 months above the $100 a barrel. Biden administration, 5 months above, and we were 3 months above. Okay, let me change this so I have it 3 months above. 1, 2, 3. Even though we closed lower, I'll go with 3 months. 3 months. Just for record, so we want to have accurate notes. Okay. Because I know there are people in the room that are political. I try to stay out of politics. I know I talk about it a lot. I don't mean to bring that up. Okay, politics. Yes. All right. So the point I was trying to make was they make such a big deal out of crude oil prices. Yeah, it's expensive when you go to the pump and you have to pay whatever you're paying. I heard someone talking about Chicago, $6 a barrel in Chicago. Well, it's in the middle of the country, so that's not surprising. What blows my mind is California's on the coast, and it had its own refiners, and yet their oil prices are so expensive, so high. All right, so we're reversing back down now, but yet during that time, when during the Obama administration, 8 years, it was the S&P 500 started off below 1,000 and made it all the way to 2,500, 2,400, something like that. 2,500, yeah. So not like anyway, whatever. SpaceX turning back up again, getting very aggressive, a little jiggy. Okay, looks good. SpaceX, Cerebras, like to see that much higher by the end of the week.
Its might and its ability to kind of bring the energy markets, global energy markets, to its knees, and that is by closing the Strait of Hormuz. And so, until I don't know, will anybody ever feel confident, comfortable that they can kind of go in and out of the strait easily, or is there always going to be a little bit of fear now? Well, look at what happened in the Red Sea as an example, then the answer is going to be no. We are not going to see.
All right, SpaceX. SPC H, SPS, SPCH. Okay, that looks good. All right. Okay, SPCX. All right. Pulling back a bit. All right, so S&P just rolled over. Everything else is pulling back again. Not much of a vote of confidence for institutions. We're not seeing a lot of buying after 2 o'clock. Let's see what booking looks like. Booking.com. BKNG. Okay, big day for booking. Not everything pulled back. Tech-wise, yeah, a lot of tech stocks pulling back. Booking.com, Home Depot, at the highs of the day, Home Depot. Airbnb, looking good. The real estate stocks, XLRE, putting in a little bit of a rally. Builders, First Source, BLDR, big breakout. Okay, you can trade NAIL. That's breaking out. Toll Brothers, all of these breaking out. Beazer Homes, BZH. Don't talk about these very often. Pulte Homes. No reason to, really. It's been sitting at the lows for a long time. Pulte Homes, Lennar, all the builders look good. TriPoint, TPH, I believe they do a lot of work out on the West Coast. TriPoint. Did they change this? Did they buy out TriPoint? TriPoint, TopPoint, TriPoint? No? TriPoint. Okay, what? There was TriPoint Homes at one point. Did they go belly up? What happened there? Let me look. Let me go look at home builders because I know I kept track of this. Builders. Let's see. No, I didn't have it here. Meritage Homes. Big move higher. Okay. Edit. Let me change the chart style on this one. Let me go. Let's go 2050. 2050. All right. Alcoa Aluminum. Okay. All right. Beazer Homes. Darden. DR Horton. Generac. Hovnavian. Home Depot, of course. International Installed Building Products. Looks good. KB Home. Big gap up. Lennar. LGIH. This one occasionally will be on the IBD 50 back in the day. Lowe's, along with Home Depot. These are all looking good. M&M Homes, Meritage Homes. All of these look good. Mastec, Nail, N-A-I-L. Ryan Homes. Look at the price of a Ryan home. Never split. $6,800 per share. Owned by a family owned, the majority share. Ryan Homes. They build a lot of condos, a lot of townhomes, and I guess they do individual homes too. I'm not sure. Anybody have a Ryan home? Single family? Okay. Owens Corning, fiberglass insulation, etc. Pulte Homes looks good. All of these are seeing some upticks. Rocks. This is still breaking out of a base. This is probably going to keep going. Sheetrock, gypsum board, Toll Brothers, Granger does a lot of products for building, and XHB. Okay, so the real estate and home builders are doing well. Okay, Home Depot at the high of the day, squeezing, looking really strong. These are probably going to continue. Home Depot in its own right for hurricane season. Looking good. Home Depot. All right, I do want to add to Home Depot. Those are about $10 a contract. Home Depot. Home Depot. I want to hold on to this through hurricane season. HD. Okay. 365, the top of the channel. 365. Okay, so we'll look for Home Depot to go all the way up here. RSI still rising. MACD looks good. Looks good. Home Depot looks good. Okay, all the tech stocks are off at the moment. Netflix pulled back from the high. 10-year yield. 10-year yield. Firmly below the 50-day. Now, this continues tomorrow. This is going to be huge for IWM. So we'll have another day trade for IWM if you're interested tomorrow. Be ready for it. Qualcomm with Investor Day? I thought it was on Thursday. What's Oracle doing? Oracle is off another 5%. Oracle just not doing it, right? Oracle. Oracle's doing a Microsoft, basically. I hope it doesn't do a Netflix and just keep going. Oracle. I broke below the 50-day last week. Oracle still pushing a bit lower. Double bottom? I don't know. DoorDash is another one with Uber. Looking for Uber. UBER, Uber. Okay, back above the 50-day. So there were some sellers earlier turning back up. Uber, looking for that to push back up. So buying the dip. Nancy Pelosi and husband, I forget what his name is, they disclosed a position in Uber, the 50 call, 50, the 50 call. It is a 90 delta, 90. So it's basically going to move 1 for 1. They have the 50 strike call for March of 27 next year. So that's what they're looking at. A lot of people chased after it this morning. Once that news came out, it ripped higher. Day traders took profits right around 11:10, 11:15. The dip, B and C pivots. All right, so it looks good. Uber. Okay, looking for that to follow through. Uber.
stock just below.
Well, there's another company that for a time period a few years ago was a meme stock that's also moving big time today, and that's Hertz. Why is Hertz moving?
Yes, it's ticker HTZ, not moving in the right direction, currently sinking about 38% most today on record. And that's after a car rental company offered a warning about its profits, saying that it's now going to be lower ends in the quarter as softness in the used car markets really is hitting them hard. And the reaction to this problem is also driving the sell-off today. A lot of people are taking a pause, to say the least, after they said they're currently planning to offer $100 million in stock alongside a $300 million offering a convertible payment in kind notes. So, to say the least, not looking great.
Satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row with Investor Solutions, all designed.
All right, so it looks like Uber wants to turn back up. Uber turning back up.
Cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage is expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even.
Oh, gosh.
Bill Nygren, we have got maybe surprises thrown in there as well. We're going to bring our attention SIBO in Chicago, one of the most important cities and most important exchanges, by the way, in the world for the financial markets. Super psyched to get back to Chicago. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you there live tomorrow. Closing bell. Start trading. All right, Brian, thanks so much. Welcome to Closing Bell. Scott Walker, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This mega breakout begins with Micron's mega moment. Its earnings report just about an hour away now. One of the hottest trades in the market hanging in the balance. We will ask our experts what's really at stake here this afternoon. In the meantime, the scorecard with 60 to go looks like that. Red for the S&P, red for the NASDAQ, we're green for the Dow, we're green for the Russell. We've got a breakout in discretionary names today. That's been something interesting to follow. Restaurants, cruises, some retail names all higher. Oil prices are down even further. That's obviously helping there. Elsewhere, mega cap tech is mixed today as a rotation.
Intel,
The market does continue. There's Microsoft, Tesla, Meta in the red. Apple is green. Alphabet.
Pelosi's and Intel as well? Oh, interesting.
Early gains. Amazon, though, remains higher. So truly a mixed picture there. It does take us to our talk of the tape. The moment.
All right, all the New York Fangs look ugly right now. New York Fangs. Okay, that looks ugly. Making a new low. We were afraid that that might happen. Early this morning, we're holding in yesterday, the low of yesterday's range. Figured it might drop off, and that's exactly what's happening, unfortunately. Tech stocks being sold at the moment. Be an opportunity in the short term. Over the next few weeks, most likely. Meanwhile, stocks like Home Depot are performing very well. Home Depot. Okay, what's Walmart doing? Walmart. Just a doji. Micron. It's got earnings tonight. Micron, be ready for it to pull back. I've been looking to get back into Micron for what? Let's see, 150 was right there for 6 weeks, 7 weeks. I've been looking to get back into Micron. Had a couple of times where it pulled back. We'll see. DoorDash looking good.
Chip stocks have run, and there'll be a pullback. So you don't like them at all here? But we've participated in them through ETFs. So we elected not to buy the individual stocks, but we own the ETFs. And the ETFs, you mean like the SMH, the stock, and BGT or XLK or so broadly through chip. Yeah. So we have large exposure to all the sectors, including the chips, and we're not selling those. We're long-term holders of these ETFs, primarily designed to get a broad exposure to the tech sector. Okay, so Doug says tough for the stock, even if good. Rich says tough for the stock, good or bad. What do you say?
I would say 3 for 3.
Really?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, full disclosure, we don't own the stock.
That's okay.
Number one. Number two,
View is important.
yeah, the view is this. AI cycled through all these industries within tech. Now it finally hit memory. Micron, from a company perspective, and what they do has been languishing for several years.
DoorDash breaking out. DoorDash. So there are stocks out there that are doing very well. DoorDash looking good. Okay, it's breaking higher right now. DoorDash currently breaking higher into the evening session. It's above the 60-minute 20 MA. Looks good.
You can't own everything, Scott. So we think there's some wind that's going to come out of it.
I mean, if memory chips are in shorter supply and prices are up, that dynamic doesn't seem like it's going to change anytime soon. So what's not to like about that story?
Okay, so you're hearing these things like 10 times demand, 15 times demand outstripping supply.
Prices are way up.
So let's see it. Let's see it happen, because at the end of the day, I'm just going to go back. It's never different.
Axon.
These types of chips and these types of companies are the most volatile earners in the entire technology sector. And so prove me wrong that we can't see more secular. We're going to see more secular growth. I still think we're seeing cyclical growth in these areas until proven otherwise.
You were nodding your head and agreeing with that?
Well, it's classic where they're highly cyclical. Supply will increase. Eventually, you'll see, the price curve turnover where pricing gets soft, and then all of a sudden you'll see these stocks down very big.
But I mean, the chips in general have been highly cyclical throughout history. But why isn't this time different? We're literally in what some would still say are the nascent stages of building out this whole AI
DoorDash.
infrastructure.
Yep.
The amount
Looks
of compute
good.
that's needed. That sounds more secular than cyclical to me.
Yeah, there's definitely a shortage of cloud capacity. So there's a cloud backlog. AI is being adopted more and more in the U.S. AI adoption's only at 30%. Plus, you have a lot of movement from on-premise to the cloud.
Cerebrus, no follow through. Every bounce is being sold. So it looks like people are selling tech into Micron earnings. They've been selling for the last few days. Money's been moving into other sectors. They've been selling Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin looks pretty ugly.
Actually, to Brian's point, this time might be a little bit different because in my mind, there's another leg to this AI trade still. It's been all about the data center for the last 3 years. In the next 2 or 3 years, we'll be talking a lot more about inference on device. So instead of sending your AI workloads to a cloud, to an Oracle server, an AWS server, you'll run them on your iPhone, you'll run them on your Mac. And what that means is we'll need a lot more memory in Macs and iPhones. Apple's already talked about raising prices because of the environment right there. I think that could be the next leg of the trade. And 35% of DRAM demand actually is in consumer devices.
If you guys are right, Brian, if there's a poor reaction to the stock almost, no matter what.
Low tick alert -800.
Oh boy. Low tick alert.
Maybe broad
expanding's a wrong word because it's already kind of broad. I mean, further rotation away from tech, at least to some degree, into other areas or no?
It does. But we're calling it fear of the second derivative. What's the second derivative? Less positive earnings.
All right, IWM just made a lower low
We're still going to have positive second.
in the evening session.
We're going to be up like 20 something. Not as positive as first quarter. So you're starting to see that turn. Not by much. If you look at where estimates are, everything's got a two handle on it in terms of 20% plus. Oh, I know that.
Home Depot.
3 quarters in a row. I know that. But the way that the market thinks is you have to justify the multiple. So even if it is beginning to turn, we're going to see less positive. That's just the math. And what we've shown is that when you have this type of double-digit earnings growth still following a potential earnings peak, the market's still very, very strong. The average gain is 10 to 12% since 1990. However, that doesn't mean we can't have some more volatility, and that's exactly, I think, what we're seeing in the market the last few
Are
weeks.
you not as bullish on the market if you think earnings growth is going to slow? Does it really make a difference if it slows from, let's just, for argument's sake, say plus 23% to plus 21?
No, we're super bullish still. Our 25-year secular bull market call is well in place. We just like to explain a little bit better than most people about where we think a potential correction could come. And where we think a potential correction could come is historically, earnings-driven markets are much more volatile than PE-driven markets. We've been in a PE-driven market. We're in an earnings-driven market where every single earnings report, like tonight on Micron, like tomorrow on XYZ stocks, are going to be intricately examined. And if they don't like anything that they hear or see, they're going to sell us back because it's up on sales.
Wouldn't you rather be in an earnings-driven market than a PE-driven market?
Yeah, and it's interesting because the earnings estimate on the S&P this year started at 310.
Yeah,
It's now at 340.
Well, the earnings are up and the multiple's down.
Right, exactly. So it's a rare period where I've seen that earnings are growing faster than actually stock prices, and PE ratios are coming down. So relative to the chips, though, there will be rotation, and there's a lot more to do out there because there's infrastructure build out. There's companies that are supporting the.
Okay, the last two times Home Depot moved higher, it was 3 to 4 days in a row. Consolidation, 3 to 4 days up. Consolidation bounce. Today is day one on the bounce. So we're looking for at least a few more days. Maybe we get up to the 200-day overhead at the red line, all right? So I have a relatively small position in Home Depot right now. I only have 5 calls. I'd like to, they're going for $1,000 per contract, $996 per contract right now. So I'd like to add another 5 or 10 of these. Can't do it up here, obviously. DoorDash, that's another one I'd like to add to. Bought that last week as well. Uber today.
Cyclical company like a chip company. Does this remain a tech-driven record rally, or does it just become more of an everything rally?
Uber's trying to go a bit more. Uber, yeah. So Uber looks good.
Biotech's picked up. Look at what's happening with discretionary today. Oil's basically where it was before this whole thing even started in the Middle East. What's not to like about the market more broadly right now?
I think there's a lot to like about the market. As for the AI trade where we really focus, I think there is reason for concern over the next month or two. There's something that we've really looked at, some of the historical data in the .com era. And when you see the NASDAQ sort of vacillating like it is right now, it might go up and down 2-3%, then down 4-5%. You know, we're still
Home Depot.
all-time high.
Cerebras back down to the low.
We haven't had a 10% correction since back in March. That also coincided with the Iran issues. And so I think we could see something like that. We go down 10-12% maybe on the NASDAQ, and then I think the trade can keep working from there. But that is my biggest concern in the near term about the tech trade. Long term, still a big believer that we have a lot more to go in AI.
Yeah, me too.
A lot of people have missed this move in the Russell. Yeah, we've had tunnel vision around AI.
Yep.
Now, some of those stocks that we've talked about already are in the Russell. So it's obviously the AI-related names are the outperformers in that group. But nonetheless, you're up 20% year to date on the Russell. It's kicked everybody else's butt.
It's kicked butt because I think people missed the notion that small cap stocks actually have stronger earnings relative to large cap stocks. If you look at the S&P 600 small cap, that's growing at a faster rate than the S&P 500. Their cash flow levels are stronger. Some of them are paying dividends. And if you break apart the Russell from small to mid, small is outperforming mid. So I think there's this preconceived notion that Russell companies don't make money, but if you strip out and look at the S&P 600 and 400, these companies are making money and their earnings are strong, and there's some very, very strong secular fundamental themes in financials, consumer, and tech.
But this is sort of turning things on its head. If you say, well, inflation is going to be sticky and interest rates are going to remain more elevated and the Fed's not going to deliver cuts like we expect. Oh, and by the way, the Russell's going to be up 20% year to date. You probably say something doesn't match.
Right, it does that.
So what's going on?
Well, you have a huge move in biotech right now, which is propelling.
Yep. Biotechs, they're saying all the right things. Biotechs are very strong.
Massive underperformance in the 2000 versus the S&P.
Intel almost a bearish engulfing candle at the moment.
3 years of what, 80% up in the S&P.
Cerebras just made new lows there. Cerebras.
Looking at asset allocations, looking at exposure to equity. So our job is to trim and move into safer assets. And that's what investors should be thinking. You know, there will be a correction, and it's time to take a look at what the exposure is to equities. That's what you're doing now. We've been trimming and moving into safer. As a wealth manager, it's important. Our job is to trim and move money into safe assets.
What's safe right now? What's the safest?
It's what we're going to pass. Long-term munis right now still yielding. Still like that. 4.25%, 4.5% tax-free. 9% taxable equivalent. But I'm not saying sell stocks. I'm saying trim on the margin if your equity exposure is above where you're comfortable with in terms of portfolio volatility.
We'll leave it there. Appreciate everybody's time. Thanks for being here post time. In other AI news today, OpenAI unveiling its first custom
SPY back down to the 50-day. We're below yesterday's low. A close right on top of the 50-day would not be good. That would suggest a gap down tomorrow. Probably test 720. I have the 725. 725, 700, 675. Put fly for protection. SpaceX turning back up now. SpaceX is showing lots of volatility. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but SpaceX is showing lots of volatility back and forth, back and forth. Okay, so the bulls and the bears, the momentum traders are all over this. There's some big trades going on at the same time. SpaceX. Okay, Home Depot looks like it wants to break out again. SpaceX, want to keep an eye on SpaceX. Okay, SpaceX.
President Trump meeting with Republican lawmakers on the Hill this afternoon after canceling the signing of a bipartisan housing bill. Emily Wilkins has the very latest.
Micron has a 100% risk reversal rank, I believe. Let me go check it out. I think that's what it was this morning. Might have dropped off a little bit because of the move lower. Micron. Okay, so you can see Micron's up here. It's only, okay, it was up there. Now IV rank is at 100%. So you're thinking about selling call spreads for Friday. Trump is so funny. He's actually pretty comical. Let's see. Micron. I'm just curious, you know, what are calls going for Friday? People really out there on a ledge. Let's see how far these are, how crazy these are. Let's see. Got people taking the 1250s. Let's see, 1250. 1300s are a 5 delta. Those are $2.
So this was a nothing burger to me. I'm sure that everyone's going to make a big deal out of it. This is just two grown men stating their case.
Now, while Trump did come to talk about policy at a policy lunch, it's unclear that any real progress was made on key things that Republicans are looking for. I'm told by numerous senators that housing bill that Trump did not sign today, that it didn't come up. He didn't say whether he would sign it or whether he'd veto it or what he would do with it. And then, of course, Trump has been very focused on passing the Save America Act. That's that voter ID.
1250 is a 7 delta. What are they doing there? 1250. Let me just see what the 1250 is going for. Call spreads 1250, 1250. 1250 would be a new high, new all-time high.
Especially with this growing tension between Trump and Republican lawmakers.
Emily, thank you very much. That's Emily Wilkins on Capitol Hill. Now we're getting some news on Kalshi. Contessa Brewer has that for us. What are we learning here, Contessa?
Scott, the FT is out with a report just a few minutes ago that Kalshi is in talks to raise funds that would value the predictions platform at $40 billion. My sources close to the situation say Kalshi is not actively raising money.
Okay, SpaceX just broke out to the upside. SpaceX breaking out. Launched. SpaceX launching here.
We are watching trading volumes, Scott, just on an exorbitant run. The volume's painting this picture of astronomical growth. It's doing
There goes SpaceX.
in trading volume. Just last weekend, it was up more than 65% month over month, more than $1 billion per day, fueled by World Cup fever. The sports have been making up a very large part of what Kalshi does, and the sports part of it is the most problematic part in terms of regulators fighting back, states fighting back, tribes fighting back, and whether this ends up in front of the Supreme Court. But for now, it looks like you're seeing this fueling the growth and the talk about whether its valuation
SpaceX.
doubled in just a month.
All right. Contessa, thank you very much for that. That's Contessa Brewer. Now to Brandon Gomez for a look at the biggest names moving into the close today. Hi.
Hey, Scott. Let's start things off with Bitcoin continuing to slide and hitting its lowest level since October 2024. The sell-off accelerated earlier this month when Top Holder Strategy said it sold the cryptocurrency for the first time since 2022. Strategy shares down 8% today. Coinbase and Riot also down about 5 to 6%. Moving to the upside, though, travel stocks soaring today amid a pullback in oil prices as tankers transit the Strait of Hormuz. Travel booker Expedia climbing 8%, while Delta and Royal Caribbean are up about 4%. And Alphabet shares are lower, despite an announcement that the company will replace Verizon in the Dow before the start of trading next Monday. Alphabet is the latest tech giant to join the index after Nvidia and Amazon were added in recent years. Verizon shares down about 2% on the news there. Scott?
All right, good stuff, Brandon. Thanks for that. We're just getting started here. Coming up, Qualcomm CEO Cristiano Amon. He joins us. The company holding its investor day today. Good read on what's happening in that part of the market. We'll take you there live next.
When are they going to include the SpaceX in the index? Have they talked about that at all? Let me see. Hope everyone's having a good day. Okay. All right, SpaceX mid 2027 earliest entry. Monitor upcoming key benchmark windows. Russell 1000 inclusion is officially effective after the market close on the 26th. NASDAQ scheduled for fast track inclusion. Okay. Okay, SpaceX. Nice little pop and drop. All right, so we've got, let's see. SpaceX, we've got inclusion in the Russell 1000 aftermarket close tomorrow. Passive funds tracking this index like iShares IWB will reflect holdings starting June 29th. Okay, we've got 36 minutes to go, 36 minutes. Okay, futures trying to bounce now. IWM coming off the low. Okay, we got about 34 minutes to go. 34 minutes to go. Most stocks are off the highs of the session for now. All right, SpaceX jockeying around all over the place. They get included in the Russell 1000 tomorrow after the close. SpaceX. Passive funds will be buying as well. All right, so we're seeing short covering coming off the lows. 30 minutes, a little bit more than 30 minutes to go. Market's fading a bit. Let's see, S&P is trying to bounce. S&P is trying to bounce a little bit out of this low. Swing low from yesterday, that's what this is right here. That's a swing low from yesterday. Today's swing low now is here. Okay. Nobody showed up to buy Cerebras at the low. Cerebras flirting with the lows of the day right now into the close. That's down what, 18% on the day. Cerebras. All right, SpaceX gets included in the Russell 1000 tomorrow. Funds that mirror the 1000 will be most likely buying shares in this area. S&P 500 just sitting here watching. Looks like it could. We're below the 50-day right now. Right below the 50-day. Okay, so the lower Bollinger Band's opening up. So we're probably going to be moving lower, I would think. So if you're thinking about those spikes, what are they going for now? Let me just check real quick. SPY, those are up quite a bit actually. $25 per contract. All right, they're up $25 a contract. Okay, SPY put flies. I probably should add to these, right? Probably should add. Okay, I'll wait until tomorrow. wait until tomorrow. We could be seeing lower prices tomorrow on the S&P. If we hold the 50-day yet again, the bulls and the bears are going to be frustrated. A lot of stocks are holding up fairly well. All things considered, you got Uber at the high of the day right now. Okay, you got DoorDash just below the high of the day. Home Depot did pull back a little bit. Home Depot. There's a lot of stocks at the highs, though. Booking.com had a good day. SoFi, looks like they sold a little bit, right? All right, it's coming off the low right now. SoFi trying to stay green. SoFi coming off the low. So the shorts have this pinned down, it looks like. Jeff, I see you're in SoFi? Yeah, I've got longer dated calls out in June 2028, I believe it is. And I have some Octobers as well. Octobers. 20 strike. Let's see. AMD. Okay, there goes Uber. Uber going last minute here. Uber. Watch Uber. Uber just popped. Okay. Okay, ABCD pattern. That worked. Uber. Uber. Home Depot, some profit taking in Home Depot. These will be following through tomorrow. Home Depot is a longer term swing. Looking to hold this hopefully through the 200-day through the hurricane season. Okay, 24 minutes to go. 24 minutes to go in this trading day. Uber. All right, so we had a little spike there, breaking out of this little sideways range. Okay, we just broke above that. Now we're back down in it. Uber looking good. It's above the 50-day. It's in a good business. Anyone who does, you go to the airport. I mean, there's a lot of travel related, right? During the World Cup. I mean, you got a lot of people going to the airport and leaving the airport and going to their hotels or whatever. They don't want the hassle of renting a car. So you just get an Uber for $25-$30, So yeah, it would make sense that this would move higher during this time of year. Same thing with Home Depot for hurricane season and for the summertime home improvements. I mean, I got a lot of stuff I have to do. I'll be at Home Depot many times between now and August. Okay, Cerebrus, low short covering. That's all I would assume. Cerebrus off the low. Okay, Uber got something going here. Okay. What a run up in Uber, huh? Good day for Uber. Highs up here. High of the day. HUD. Okay, looks good, Uber. Come on, Uber, you can do it. You can do it. We got 20 minutes to go. We can run it up. What's Netflix doing? Netflix, yeah, consolidating. All the New York Fangs are down. New York Fangs look like they could see more weakness into tomorrow. So SPY put flies, not a bad idea. Q put flies, I guess you could do that too. Okay, Qs. That's starting to bounce off the low. So I actually like doing, well, it makes sense. I like to do put flies after we got to bounce, not at the low of the day. But it looks like we could test the 50-day, so maybe a put fly. I don't know, in case it's lower. 675, 675, 675, 650, 625, something like that. A put fly. If Micron earnings are bad, you could trade the Qs. You could do like a strangle too, or a straddle if you want to do a bet on Micron moving the markets tomorrow. Maybe that's not a bad idea, actually. Let me see what those are priced up as. Well, VIX is high, so these will be fairly expensive. Probably an iron condor makes more sense. Long iron condor, not a short. I'm not selling premium. VIX is back to 20, 1992. Let me just look at this real quick. Let's go here. The Qs. How expensive are the Qs? Huh, not that bad. 95%, 60% risk reversal. Selling call spreads. What do you guys think? You think Micron's going to blow it out? Be nice if they did. For the bulls. Okay, Uber did make a new high in the evening session, but just got rejected. Uber. Okay, Uber. 74.40. How many World Cups did Maradona play in? How many World Cups did? Total were 4 tournaments, 21 matches. Total World Cups 8. World Cup trophies 1 in 1986. Cool. Oh, that's the goals he made. Okay, how many? Let's see. 2, 5. Anybody go to any World Cup games? I think Schuster, you went to one, right? You were at one. Did you go to Seattle or Kansas City? What did you do? Mm-hmm. Okay, Uber just took a dive. Uber just took a dive right there. Pulled back. A whole buck there, it looks like. Okay, it'll be fine. Oh boy, hope everyone had a good day. It's been kind of slow. I didn't do a whole lot myself, so there's that. Uber pulling back. Home Depot. Okay, so stock, they're just seeing people taking profits. It makes total sense to me. They're a little shaky about the markets not trending, continuing the trend. Okay, S&P sitting right on top of the 50-day. I imagine a lot of people are looking at their positions and saying, you know what, let me just take what the market's giving me, and we'll regroup tomorrow. We could be lower tomorrow, so if you don't have any hedges, I have a SPY hedge put flies. Okay, so I put some SPY put flies on, and I bought the 725 and the 675, and I sold twice as many. I got 5 of these, twice as many at the 700. So you sell twice as many, and you buy the wings to balance out. All right, so you sell 2, you buy 1.
High tick alert plus 800.
Uh-oh, high tick alert. High tick alert. Ruh-roh. What's going to happen here? High tick alert. Anything? Or is it just somebody covering? Okay, I got a high tick alert there. Probably just some shorts covering because the futures haven't moved at all. Futures haven't moved. Futures are not moving. Let's see if something happens here. DoorDash just rolled over. DoorDash. What do you want, kitty cat? Are you hungry? I'm going to go shoot. There we go. There's some right there. Look. See that? You didn't even see you had food on the ground. Right there. In your bowl. You got food in your bowl. It's right there. Okay, kitty cat. All right, Cerebra's just dumped. Okay, Cerebrus just dumped it out. Wow, Cerebrus, what are you doing? What are you doing? CBRS, big dump today. All right, so yesterday we talked about this. We talked about what would happen. All right, we need to reassess. So it looks like we're going to start seeing lower highs and lower lows. So, okay. Reassess support. All right, we don't have any support now unless we bounce back above. So I was hoping that maybe that would happen today. It didn't happen. Okay, and I got some shares coming off of lockup tomorrow. If those people are smart, they would probably wait for a bounce. But, you know, free money, so they're probably going to want to sell. When I worked, building stores for Toys R Us, I got a lot of stock options. I think one year, something like $250,000 in stock options. It was really a good opportunity back in the day. It's 250,000 one year, and there was another year where it was like, I don't know, 180,000, something like that. It's funny story. I think my wife happened to see a paycheck that I got when I was with that reflected that bonus, and it was bonuses and options in one check. It was like $330,000, I think it was. She saw that. She thought I was some rich guy. Little does she know I'm a cheap son of a bitch. I go shopping at TJ Maxx, buy those $20 polo shirts instead of spending $100 at the. I couldn't believe it. My son and I went to Polo, and in the outlets, the shirts were ridiculous. You know, a polo shirt for $125. Give me a break. Give me a break. There's not enough fabric in there to be $125 plus tax. And in Myrtle Beach, you get like an 8% tax or whatever the hell it is. Tourist tax. So, yeah, I'll never forget that. Yeah, Lee Star, nothing else, nothing new on Lee Star. Home Depot, somebody took some profits. A nice little bounce there. Same thing with Uber, little profit taking, nice little bounce. Let's see, IWM bouncing. I was surprised. We got a high tick alert in about 4 to 5 minutes ago, and the markets didn't move at all on that. Usually on a high tick alert, you see a nice little pop. It's probably just some short covering. Somebody just hit the short button, short cover button. Anyway, gonna go to the shooting range with the son after he wants to go shoot. All right, so we're coming off the low. All right, IWM's coming off the low. We have 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I wish it could be a better day than it is, but we're overdue for a little shenanigans, a little consolidation, a little pullback, 3 to 5%, maybe even 10%. Who the hell knows? That's why I have the put flies on the SPY. Maximum they can make $4,000 per $4,400 per fly. If it moves down to 700 and just sits there, that would be max profit. Got 5 of those, so that's $20,000 right there. So that would be a nice nice cushion. If for some reason we get a bounce tomorrow, I might add to it. I don't know. I haven't decided. We're trying to get back above the 50-day. I'd like to get to about 10 or 15 of these. Let's see. SPY. We're sitting right on top of 50-day. It's very possible we bounce right off of this tomorrow. If Micron's earnings are good, even if they're bad and the markets like it and the markets take off to the upside, you have that. Let's see. DoorDash is pulling back right now. DoorDash. Okay, from the highs. It's still trending. It was up at the high of the day. That happens. Home Depot. Okay, looking good. Very bullish. That whole group moved together. I want to point out something about Home Depot and these stocks in particular. Aside from the fact that Home Depot moves higher during hurricane season, just check out these moves here. You get a move up, okay? Consolidation, right? So move up, consolidation, move up, consolidation. What do you think is going to happen next? What do you think is going to happen next? I think we're going to get another move. Okay, we'd like to see more volume, but the S&P 500, the MACD and stochastics are turning up, RSI is rising. So I'm looking for at least at a minimum a test of this level right here, around 350. So that's what I have. I have the 330, 350 call spread. And if we get there, if we get to 350, I'll take profits. I'll wait for a little pullback, and then I'm going to buy with the profits. I'm going to buy something like the 360s or 365, maybe even in the money. I don't know. Maybe I buy in the money this time. You can see this Kirby over here on the left, though. You don't see what I'm talking about. Okay, so here is Home Depot. I'm sorry, I'll repeat myself. So this is the first move. This is the second move. What do you think is going to happen? Probably going to get a third move. Okay, each consolidation led to higher prices. Okay, and you know what the weekly looks like. Between the months of June and October, the stock tends to rise the entire period. So I want to be long this, and if we get up here to the 200-day, right around 350, we get rejected, I'm going to take profits because I have a 330, 350 call spread. I'll take profits. I'll take the profits, half of that probably, and I'll put it on maybe some in the money calls, like say the 340, something like that, 335. I don't know. We'll see. I'll let you know what I'm going to do once we get there, but that's what I'm looking forward to. That looks good. Home Depot, Builder's First Source turning back up. Builder's First Source is turning back up. So is Home Depot. IWM just turned back up. Home Depot. Okay, so BLDR. All right, so BLDR, another one. Okay, big move here. Coming out of a Bollinger Bands. That's telling you, look for a fast move. RSI is not even close to 70 yet. So this is probably going to go a few more days. Look at the Kirby over on the left. Volume by price bands. Okay, lack of resistance as it moves higher. MACD stochastics rising. You've got the whole group. The whole group is moving higher. Here's Lowe's. Lowe's is bouncing. You got Toll Brothers. You've got Airbnb. You got Pulte Homes, PHM. LGIH Homes, LGI Homes. I mean, everything is moving up in this group. So no reason to, and the reason why it's happening is because institutions, they're buying. Okay, so that looks good. Home Depot going to be fine. Okay. Okay, Intel turning back up. Pelosi is in Intel as well. All right, folks. All right, so I'm out of here. All right, so Home Depot did close at the high of the day, by the way. Home Depot just popped at the end of the day. HD just popped up end of day to finish. That's nice. Nice little finish there. Okay, so it looked like somebody took some profits right in here. Home Depot looks like some profits right in there, and then popped it back up. Okay, IWM also turned back up. Okay, off the low. All right, folks, I got to run. I'm going to take my son to the shooting range, and I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great evening. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Midweek, it's Wednesday, hump day, June 24th, 4 p.m. That's the closing bell. Have a good one. I'll be listening for Micron. Just, I'll be doing it at the shooting range. Take care. Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao. Maybe a better day tomorrow. S&P stayed above the 50-day.